Original Short Stories, Volume 03. By Guy de Maupassant. Miss Harriet. There were 7 of us on a drag, 4 women and 3 men. One of the latter sat on the box seat beside the coachman. We were ascending, at a snail's pace, the winding road up the steep cliff along the coast. Setting out from Etretat at break of day in order to visit the ruins of Tancarville, we were still half asleep, benumbed by the fresh air of the morning. The women especially, who were little accustomed to these early excursions, half opened and closed their eyes every moment, nodding their heads or yawning, quite insensible to the beauties of the dawn. It was autumn. On both sides of the road stretched the bare fields, yellowed by the stubble of wheat and oats, which covered the soil like a beard that had been badly shaved. The moist earth seemed to steam. Larks were singing high up in the air, while other birds piped in the bushes. The sun rose at length in front of us, bright red on the plain of the horizon, and in proportion as it ascended, growing clearer from minute to minute, the country seemed to awake, to smile, to shake itself like a young girl leaving her bed in her white robe of vapor. The Comte de Trail, who was seated on the box, cried, "Look! Look! A hare!" And he extended his arm toward the left, pointing to a patch of clover. The animal scurried along, almost hidden by the clover, only its large ears showing. Then it swerved across a furrow, stopped, started off again at full speed, changed its course, stopped anew, uneasy, spying out every danger, uncertain what route to take, when suddenly it began to run with great bounds, disappearing finally in a large patch of beetroot. All the men had waked up to watch the course of the animal. René Lammermoor exclaimed, "We are not at all gallant this morning." And, regarding his neighbor, the little Baroness de Sorens, who struggled against sleep, he said to her in a low tone, "You are thinking of your husband, Baroness. Reassure yourself, he will not return before Saturday, so you have still 4 days." She answered with a sleepy smile, "How stupid you are!" Then, shaking off her torpor, she added, "Now let somebody say something to make us laugh. You, Monsieur Chanel, who have the reputation of having had more love affairs than the Duc de Richelieu, tell us a love story in which you have played a part, anything you like." Leon Chanel, an old painter, who had once been very handsome, very strong, very proud of his physique and very popular with women, took his long white beard in his hand and smiled. Then, after a few moments' reflection, he suddenly became serious. "Ladies, it will not be an amusing tale, for I am going to relate to you the saddest love affair of my life, and I sincerely hope that none of my friends may ever pass through a similar experience. I was 25 years of age and was pillaging along the coast of Normandy. I call pillaging wandering about, with a knapsack on one's back, from inn to inn, under the pretext of making studies and sketching landscapes. I knew nothing more enjoyable than that happy-go-lucky wandering life, in which one is perfectly free, without shackles of any kind, without care, without preoccupation, without thinking even of the morrow. One goes in any direction one pleases, without any guide save his fancy, without any counselor save his eyes. One stops because a running brook attracts one, because the smell of potatoes frying tickles one's olfactories on passing an inn. Sometimes it is the perfume of clematis which decides one in his choice, or the roguish glance of the servant at an inn. Do not despise me for my affection for these rustics. These girls have a soul as well as senses, not to mention firm cheeks and fresh lips, while their hearty and willing kisses have the flavor of wild fruit. Love is always love, come whence it may. A heart that beats at your approach, an eye that weeps when you go away are things so rare, so sweet, so precious that they must never be despised. I have had rendezvous in ditches full of primroses, behind the cow stable and in barns among the straw, still warm from the heat of the day. I have recollections of coarse grey cloth covering supple peasant skin and regrets for simple, frank kisses, more delicate in their unaffected sincerity than the subtle favors of charming and distinguished women. But what one loves most amid all these varied adventures is the country, the woods, the rising of the sun, the twilight, the moonlight. These are, for the painter, honeymoon trips with nature. One is alone with her in that long and quiet association. You go to sleep in the fields, amid marguerites and poppies, and when you open your eyes in the full glare of the sunlight you descry in the distance the little village with its pointed clock tower which sounds the hour of noon. You sit down by the side of a spring which gushes out at the foot of an oak, amid a growth of tall, slender weeds, glistening with life. You go down on your knees, bend forward and drink that cold, pellucid water which wets your mustache and nose. You drink it with a physical pleasure, as though you kissed the spring, lip to lip. Sometimes, when you find a deep hole along the course of these tiny brooks, you plunge in quite naked, and you feel on your skin, from head to foot, as it were, an icy and delicious caress, the light and gentle quivering of the stream. You are gay on the hills, melancholy on the edge of ponds, inspired when the sun is setting in an ocean of blood-red clouds and casts red reflections o'er the river. And at night, under the moon, which passes across the vault of heaven, you think of 1,000 strange things which would never have occurred to your mind under the brilliant light of day. So, in wandering through the same country where we are this year, I came to the little village of Benouville, on the cliff between Eport and Etretat. I came from Fécamp, following the coast, a high coast as straight as a wall, with its projecting chalk cliffs descending perpendicularly into the sea. I had walked since early morning on the short grass, smooth and yielding as a carpet, that grows on the edge of the cliff. And singing lustily, I walked with long strides, looking sometimes at the slow circling flight of a gull with its white curved wings outlined on the blue sky, sometimes at the brown sails of a fishing bark on the green sea. In short, I had passed a happy day, a day of liberty and of freedom from care. A little farmhouse where travelers were lodged was pointed out to me, a kind of inn, kept by a peasant woman, which stood in the center of a Norman courtyard surrounded by a double row of beeches. Leaving the coast, I reached the hamlet, which was hemmed in by great trees, and I presented myself at the house of Mother Lecasseur. She was an old, wrinkled and stern peasant woman, who seemed always to receive customers under protest, with a kind of defiance. It was the month of May. The spreading apple trees covered the court with a shower of blossoms which rained unceasingly both upon people and upon the grass. I said, "Well, Madame Lecasseur, have you a room for me?" Astonished to find that I knew her name, she answered, "That depends, everything is let, but all the same I can find out." In 5 minutes we had come to an agreement, and I deposited my bag upon the earthen floor of a rustic room, furnished with a bed, 2 chairs, a table and a washbowl. The room looked into the large, smoky kitchen, where the lodgers took their meals with the people of the farm and the landlady, who was a widow. I washed my hands, after which I went out. The old woman was making a chicken fricassee for dinner in the large fireplace in which hung the iron pot, black with smoke. "You have travelers, then, at the present time?" said I to her. She answered in an offended tone of voice, "I have a lady, an English lady, who has reached years of maturity. She occupies the other room. I obtained, by means of an extra 5 sous a day, the privilege of dining alone out in the yard when the weather was fine. My place was set outside the door, and I was beginning to gnaw the lean limbs of the Normandy chicken, to drink the clear cider, and to munch the hunk of white bread, which was 4 days old but excellent. Suddenly the wooden gate which gave on the highway was opened, and a strange lady directed her steps toward the house. She was very thin, very tall, so tightly enveloped in a red Scotch plaid shawl that one might have supposed she had no arms, if one had not seen a long hand appear just above the hips, holding a white tourist umbrella. Her face was like that of a mummy, surrounded with curls of gray hair, which tossed about at every step she took and made me think, I know not why, of a pickled herring in curl papers. Lowering her eyes, she passed quickly in front of me and entered the house. That singular apparition cheered me. She undoubtedly was my neighbor, the English lady of mature age of whom our hostess had spoken. I did not see her again that day. The next day, when I had settled myself to commence painting at the end of that beautiful valley which you know and which extends as far as Etretat, I perceived, on lifting my eyes suddenly, something singular standing on the crest of the cliff. One might have said a pole decked out with flags. It was she. On seeing me, she suddenly disappeared. I re-entered the house at midday for lunch and took my seat at the general table, so as to make the acquaintance of this odd character. But she did not respond to my polite advances, was insensible even to my little attentions. I poured out water for her persistently. I passed her the dishes with great eagerness. A slight, almost imperceptible, movement of the head and an English word, murmured so low that I did not understand it, were her only acknowledgments. I ceased occupying myself with her, although she had disturbed my thoughts. At the end of 3 days I knew as much about her as did Madame Lancashire herself. She was called Miss Harriet. Seeking out a secluded village in which to pass the summer, she had been attracted to Bonneville some 6 months before and did not seem disposed to leave it. She never spoke at table, ate rapidly, reading all the while a small book of the Protestant propaganda. She gave a copy of it to everybody. The curé himself had received no less than 4 copies, conveyed by an urchin to whom she had paid 2 sous commission. She said sometimes to our hostess abruptly, without preparing her in the least for the declaration, "I love the Saviour more than all. I admire him in all creation, I adore him in all nature, I carry him always in my heart." And she would immediately present the old woman with one of her tracts which were destined to convert the universe. In the village she was not liked. In fact, the schoolmaster having pronounced her an atheist, a kind of stigma attached to her. The curé, who had been consulted by Madame Lancashire, responded, "She is a heretic, but God does not wish the death of the sinner, and I believe her to be a person of pure morals." These words, atheist, heretic, words which no one can precisely define, threw doubts into some minds. It was asserted, however, that this Englishwoman was rich and that she had passed her life in traveling through every country in the world because her family had cast her off. Why had her family cast her off? Because of her impiety, of course. She was, in fact, one of those people of exalted principles, one of those opinionated Puritans, of which England produces so many, one of those good and insupportable old maids who haunt the tables d'hôte of every hotel in Europe, who spoil Italy, poison Switzerland, render the charming cities of the Mediterranean uninhabitable, carry everywhere their fantastic manias, their manners of petrified vestals, their indescribable toilets, and a certain odor of india rubber which makes one believe that at night they are slipped into a rubber casing. Whenever I caught sight of one of these individuals in a hotel I fled like the birds who see a scarecrow in a field. This woman, however, appeared so very singular that she did not displease me. Madame Lancashire, hostile by instinct to everything that was not rustic, felt in her narrow soul a kind of hatred for the ecstatic declarations of the old maid. She had found a phrase by which to describe her, a term of contempt that rose to her lips, called forth by I know not what confused and mysterious mental ratiocination. She said, "That woman is a demoniac." This epithet, applied to that austere and sentimental creature, seemed to me irresistibly droll. I myself never called her anything now but the demoniac, experiencing a singular pleasure in pronouncing aloud this word on perceiving her. One day I asked Mother Lancashire, "Well, what is our demoniac about today?" To which my rustic friend replied with a shocked air, "What do you think, sir?" She picked up a toad which had had its paw crushed, and carried it to her room and has put it in her wash-basin and bandaged it as if it were a man. If that is not profanation, I should like to know what is. On another occasion, when walking along the shore, she bought a large fish which had just been caught, simply to throw it back into the sea again. The sailor from whom she had bought it, although she paid him handsomely, now began to swear, more exasperated, indeed, than if she had put her hand into his pocket and taken his money. For more than a month he could not speak of the circumstance without becoming furious and denouncing it as an outrage. Oh, yes! She was indeed a demoniac, this Miss Harriet, and Mother Lancashire must have had an inspiration in thus christening her. The stable boy, who was called Sapper, because he had served in Africa in his youth, entertained other opinions. He said with a roguish air, "She is an old hag who has seen life. If the poor woman had but known!" The little kind-hearted Celeste did not wait upon her willingly, but I was never able to understand why. Probably her only reason was that she was a stranger, of another race, of a different tongue and of another religion. She was, in fact, a demoniac. She passed her time wandering about the country, adoring and seeking God in nature. I found her one evening on her knees in a cluster of bushes. Having discovered something red through the leaves, I brushed aside the branches, and Miss Harriet at once rose to her feet, confused at having been found thus, fixing on me terrified eyes like those of an owl surprised in open day. Sometimes, when I was working among the rocks, I would suddenly descry her on the edge of the cliff like a lighthouse signal. She would be gazing in rapture at the vast sea glittering in the sunlight and the boundless sky with its golden tints. Sometimes I would distinguish her at the end of the valley, walking quickly with her elastic English step, and I would go toward her, attracted by I know not what, simply to see her illuminated visage, her dried up, ineffable features, which seemed to glow with inward and profound happiness. I would often encounter her also in the corner of a field, sitting on the grass under the shadow of an apple tree, with her little religious booklet lying open on her knee while she gazed out at the distance. I could not tear myself away from that quiet country neighborhood, to which I was attached by 1,000 links of love for its wide and peaceful landscape. I was happy in this sequestered farm, far removed from everything, but in touch with the earth, the good, beautiful, green earth. And, must I avow it, there was, besides, a little curiosity which retained me at the residence of Mother Lancashire. I wished to become acquainted a little with this strange Miss Harriet and to know what transpires in the solitary souls of those wandering old English women. We became acquainted in a rather singular manner. I had just finished a study which appeared to me to be worth something, and so it was, as it sold for 10,000 francs 15 years later. It was as simple, however, as 2 and 2 make 4 and was not according to academic rules. The whole right side of my canvas represented a rock, an enormous rock, covered with serac, brown, yellow and red, across which the sun poured like a stream of oil. The light fell upon the rock as though it were a flame without the sun, which was at my back, being visible. That was all. A first bewildering study of blazing, gorgeous light. On the left was the sea, not the blue sea, the slate-colored sea, but a sea of jade, greenish, milky and solid beneath the deep-colored sky. I was so pleased with my work that I danced from sheer delight as I carried it back to the inn. I would have liked the whole world to see it at once. I can remember that I showed it to a cow that was browsing by the wayside, exclaiming as I did so, "Look at that, my old beauty! You will not often see its like again." When I had reached the house I immediately called out to Mother Lancashire, shouting with all my might, "Hullo there! Mrs. Landlady, come here and look at this." The rustic approached and looked at my work with her stupid eyes which distinguished nothing and could not even tell whether the picture represented an ox or a house. Miss Harriet just then came home, and she passed behind me just as I was holding out my canvas at arm's length, exhibiting it to our landlady. The demoniac could not help but see it, for I took care to exhibit the thing in such a way that it could not escape her notice. She stopped abruptly and stood motionless, astonished. It was her rock which was depicted, the one which she climbed to dream away her time undisturbed. She uttered a British "Ayo," which was at once so accentuated and so flattering that I turned round to her, smiling, and said, "This is my latest study, mademoiselle." She murmured rapturously, comically and tenderly, "Oh, monsieur, you understand nature as a living thing." I colored and was more touched by that compliment than if it had come from a queen. I was captured, conquered, vanquished. I could have embraced her, upon my honor. I took my seat at table beside her as usual. For the first time she spoke, thinking aloud, "Oh, I do love nature." I passed her some bread, some water, some wine. She now accepted these with a little smile of a mummy. I then began to talk about the scenery. After the meal we rose from the table together and walked leisurely across the courtyard. Then, attracted doubtless by the fiery glow which the setting sun cast over the surface of the sea, I opened the gate which led to the cliff, and we walked along side by side, as contented as two persons might be who have just learned to understand and penetrate each other's motives and feelings. It was one of those warm, soft evenings which impart a sense of ease to flesh and spirit alike. All is enjoyment, everything charms. The balmy air, laden with the perfume of grasses and the smell of seaweed, soothes the olfactory sense with its wild fragrance, soothes the palate with its sea savor, soothes the mind with its pervading sweetness. We were now walking along the edge of the cliff, high above the boundless sea which rolled its little waves below us at a distance of 100 meters. and we drank in with open mouth and expanded chest that fresh breeze, briny from kissing the waves, that came from the ocean and passed across our faces. Wrapped in her plaid shawl, with a look of inspiration as she faced the breeze, the English woman gazed fixedly at the great sun ball as it descended toward the horizon. Far off in the distance a three-master in full sail was outlined on the blood-red sky, and a steamship, somewhat nearer, passed along, leaving behind it a trail of smoke on the horizon. The red sun globe sank slowly lower and lower and presently touched the water just behind the motionless vessel, which, in its dazzling effulgence, looked as though framed in a flame of fire. We saw it plunge, grow smaller and disappear, swallowed up by the ocean. Miss Harriet gazed in rapture at the last gleams of the dying day. She seemed longing to embrace the sky, the sea, the whole landscape. She murmured, "Ayo! I love, I saw a tear in her eye." She continued, "I wish I were a little bird, so that I could mount up into the firmament." She remained standing as I had often before seen her, perched on the cliff, her face as red as her shawl. I should have liked to have sketched her in my album. It would have been a caricature of ecstasy. I turned away so as not to laugh. I then spoke to her of painting as I would have done to a fellow artist, using the technical terms common among the devotees of the profession. She listened attentively, eagerly seeking to divine the meaning of the terms, so as to understand my thoughts. From time to time she would exclaim, "Oh! I understand, I understand. It is very interesting." We returned home. The next day, on seeing me, she approached me, cordially holding out her hand, and we at once became firm friends. She was a good creature who had a kind of soul on springs, which became enthusiastic at a bound. She lacked equilibrium like all women who are spinsters at the age of 50. She seemed to be preserved in a pickle of innocence, but her heart still retained something very youthful and inflammable. She loved both nature and animals with a fervor, a love like old wine fermented through age, with a sensuous love that she had never bestowed on men. One thing is certain, that the sight of a bitch nursing her puppies, a mare roaming in a meadow with a foal at its side, a bird's nest full of young ones screaming, with their open mouths and their enormous heads, affected her perceptibly. Poor, solitary, sad, wandering beings! I love you ever since I became acquainted with Miss Harriet. I soon discovered that she had something she would like to tell me, but dare not, and I was amused at her timidity. When I started out in the morning with my knapsack on my back, she would accompany me in silence as far as the end of the village, evidently struggling to find words with which to begin a conversation. Then she would leave me abruptly and walk away quickly with her springy step. One day, however, she plucked up courage. "I would like to see how you paint pictures. Are you willing? I have been very curious." And she blushed as if she had said something very audacious. I conducted her to the bottom of the Petit Val, where I had begun a large picture. She remained standing behind me, following all my gestures with concentrated attention. Then, suddenly, fearing perhaps that she was disturbing me, she said, "Thank you," and walked away. But she soon became more friendly, and accompanied me every day, her countenance exhibiting visible pleasure. She carried her camp stool under her arm, not permitting me to carry it. She would remain there for hours, silent and motionless, following with her eyes the point of my brush, in its every movement. When I obtained unexpectedly just the effect I wanted by a dash of color put on with the palette knife, she involuntarily uttered a little ah of astonishment, of joy, of admiration. She had the most tender respect for my canvases, an almost religious respect for that human reproduction of a part of nature's work divine. My studies appeared to her a kind of religious pictures, and sometimes she spoke to me of God, with the idea of converting me. Oh, he was a queer, good-natured being, this God of hers. He was a sort of village philosopher without any great resources and without great power, for she always figured him to herself as inconsolable over injustices committed under his eyes, as though he were powerless to prevent them. She was, however, on excellent terms with him, affecting even to be the confidant of his secrets and of his troubles. She would say, "God wills or God does not will," just like a sergeant announcing to a recruit, "The colonel has commanded." At the bottom of her heart she deplored my ignorance of the intentions of the Eternal, which she endeavored to impart to me. Almost every day I found in my pockets, in my hat when I lifted it from the ground, in my paint box, in my polished shoes, standing in front of my door in the morning, those little pious tracts which she no doubt received directly from paradise. I treated her as one would an old friend, with unaffected cordiality. But I soon perceived that she had changed somewhat in her manner, though, for a while, I paid little attention to it. When I was painting, whether in my valley or in some country lane, I would see her suddenly appear with her rapid, springy walk. She would then sit down abruptly, out of breath, as though she had been running or were overcome by some profound emotion. Her face would be red, that English red which is denied to the people of all other countries. Then, without any reason, she would turn ashy pale and seem about to faint away. Gradually, however, her natural color would return and she would begin to speak. Then, without warning, she would break off in the middle of a sentence, spring up from her seat and walk away so rapidly and so strangely that I was at my wits' ends to discover whether I had done or said anything to displease or wound her. I finally came to the conclusion that those were her normal manners, somewhat modified no doubt in my honor during the first days of our acquaintance. When she returned to the farm, after walking for hours on the windy coast, her long curls often hung straight down, as if their springs had been broken. This had hitherto seldom given her any concern, and she would come to dinner without embarrassment, all disheveled by her sister, the breeze. But now she would go to her room and arrange the untidy locks, and when I would say, with familiar gallantry, which, however, always offended her, "You are as beautiful as a star today, Miss Harriet," a blush would immediately rise to her cheeks, the blush of a young girl, of a girl of 15. Then she would suddenly become quite reserved and cease coming to watch me paint. I thought, this is only a fit of temper, it will blow over. But it did not always blow over, and when I spoke to her she would answer me either with affected indifference or with sullen annoyance. She became by turns rude, impatient, and nervous. I never saw her now except at meals, and we spoke but little. I concluded at length that I must have offended her in some way, and accordingly, I said to her one evening, "Miss Harriet, why is it that you do not act toward me as formerly? What have I done to displease you? You are causing me much pain." She replied in a most comical tone of anger, "I am just the same with you as formerly." "It is not true, not true," and she ran upstairs and shut herself up in her room. Occasionally she would look at me in a peculiar manner. I have often said to myself since then that those who are condemned to death must look thus when they are informed that their last day has come. In her eye there lurked a species of insanity, an insanity at once mystical and violent, and even more, a fever, an aggravated longing, impatient and impotent, for the unattained and unattainable. Nay, it seemed to me there was also going on within her a struggle in which her heart wrestled with an unknown force that she sought to master, and even, perhaps, something else. But what do I know? What do I know? It was indeed a singular revelation. For some time I had commenced to work, as soon as daylight appeared, on a picture the subject of which was as follows. A deep ravine, enclosed, surmounted by 2 thickets of trees and vines, extended into the distance and was lost, submerged in that milky vapor, in that cloud-like cotton down that sometimes floats over valleys at daybreak. And at the extreme end of that heavy, transparent fog one saw, or rather surmised, that a couple of human beings were approaching, a human couple, a youth and a maiden, their arms interlaced, embracing each other, their heads inclined toward each other, their lips meeting. A first ray of the sun, glistening through the branches, pierced that fog of the dawn, illuminated it with a rosy reflection just behind the rustic lovers, framing their vague shadows in a silvery background. It was well done, yes, indeed, well done. I was working on the declivity which led to the valley of Etretat. On this particular morning I had, by chance, the sort of floating vapor which I needed. Suddenly something rose up in front of me like a phantom. It was Miss Harriet. On seeing me she was about to flee. But I called after her, saying, come here, mademoiselle. I have a nice little picture for you." She came forward, though with seeming reluctance. I handed her my sketch. She said nothing, but stood for a long time, motionless, looking at it, and suddenly she burst into tears. She wept spasmodically, like men who have striven hard to restrain their tears, but who can do so no longer and abandon themselves to grief, though still resisting. I sprang to my feet, moved at the sight of a sorrow I did not comprehend, and I took her by the hand with an impulse of brusque affection, a true French impulse which acts before it reflects. She let her hands rest in mine for a few seconds, and I felt them quiver as if all her nerves were being wrenched. Then she withdrew her hands abruptly, or rather, snatched them away. I recognized that tremor, for I had felt it, and I could not be deceived. Ah! The love tremor of a woman, whether she be 15 or 50 years of age, whether she be of the people or of society, goes so straight to my heart that I never have any hesitation in understanding it. Her whole frail being had trembled, vibrated, been overcome. I knew it. She walked away before I had time to say a word, leaving me as surprised as if I had witnessed a miracle and as troubled as if I had committed a crime. I did not go in to breakfast. I went to take a turn on the edge of the cliff, feeling that I would just as lief weep as laugh, looking on the adventure as both comic and deplorable and my position as ridiculous, believing her unhappy enough to go insane. I asked myself what I ought to do. It seemed best for me to leave the place, and I immediately resolved to do so. Somewhat sad and perplexed, I wandered about until dinner time and entered the farmhouse just when the soup had been served up. I sat down at the table as usual. Miss Harriet was there, eating away solemnly, without speaking to anyone, without even lifting her eyes. Her manner and expression were, however, the same as usual. I waited patiently till the meal had been finished, when, turning toward the landlady, I said, "Well, Madame Lancashire, it will not be long now before I shall have to take my leave of you." The good woman, at once surprised and troubled, replied in her drawling voice, "My dear sir, what is it you say? You are going to leave us after I have become so accustomed to you?" I glanced at Miss Harriet out of the corner of my eye. Her countenance did not change in the least. But Celeste, the little servant, looked up at me. She was a fat girl, of about 18 years of age, rosy, fresh, as strong as a horse, and possessing the rare attribute of cleanliness. I had kissed her at odd times in out-of-the-way corners, after the manner of travelers, nothing more. The dinner being at length over, I went to smoke my pipe under the apple trees, walking up and down from one end of the enclosure to the other. All the reflections which I had made during the day, the strange discovery of the morning, that passionate and grotesque attachment for me, the recollections which that revelation had suddenly called up, recollections at once charming and perplexing, perhaps also that look which the servant had cast on me at the announcement of my departure, all these things, mixed up and combined, put me now in a reckless humor, gave me a tickling sensation of kisses on the lips and in my veins a something which urged me on to commit some folly. Night was coming on, casting its dark shadows under the trees, when I descried Celeste, who had gone to fasten up the poultry yard at the other end of the enclosure. I darted toward her, running so noiselessly that she heard nothing, and as she got up from closing the small trapdoor by which the chickens got in and out, I clasped her in my arms and rained on her coarse, fat face a shower of kisses. She struggled, laughing all the time, as she was accustomed to do in such circumstances. Why did I suddenly loose my grip of her? Why did I at once experience a shock? What was it that I heard behind me? It was Miss Harriet, who had come upon us, who had seen us and who stood in front of us motionless as a spectre. Then she disappeared in the darkness. I was ashamed, embarrassed, more desperate at having been thus surprised by her than if she had caught me committing some criminal act. I slept badly that night. I was completely unnerved and haunted by sad thoughts. I seemed to hear loud weeping, but in this I was no doubt deceived. Moreover, I thought several times that I heard someone walking up and down in the house and opening the hall door. Toward morning I was overcome by fatigue and fell asleep. I got up late and did not go downstairs until the late breakfast, being still in a bewildered state, not knowing what kind of expression to put on. No one had seen Miss Harriet. We waited for her at table, but she did not appear. At length Mother Lancashire went to her room. The English woman had gone out. She must have set out at break of day, as she was wont to do, in order to see the sun rise. Nobody seemed surprised at this, and we began to eat in silence. The weather was hot, very hot, one of those broiling, heavy days when not a leaf stirs. The table had been placed out of doors, under an apple tree, and from time to time Sapper had gone to the cellar to draw a jug of cider. Everybody was so thirsty. Celeste brought the dishes from the kitchen, a ragout of mutton with potatoes, a cold rabbit and a salad. Afterward she placed before us a dish of strawberries, the first of the season. As I wished to wash and freshen these, I begged the servant to go and draw me a pitcher of cold water. In about 5 minutes she returned, declaring that the well was dry. She had lowered the pitcher to the full extent of the cord and had touched the bottom, but on drawing the pitcher up again it was empty. Mother Leckasher, anxious to examine the thing for herself, went and looked down the hole. She returned, announcing that one could see clearly something in the well, something altogether unusual. But this no doubt was bundles of straw, which a neighbor had thrown in out of spite. I wished to look down the well also, hoping I might be able to clear up the mystery, and I perched myself close to the brink. I perceived indistinctly a white object. What could it be? I then conceived the idea of lowering a lantern at the end of a cord. When I did so, the yellow flame danced on the layers of stone and gradually became clearer. All 4 of us were leaning over the opening, Sapper and Celeste having now joined us. The lantern rested on a black and white indistinct mass, singular, incomprehensible. Sapper exclaimed, "It is a horse! I see the hoofs! It must have got out of the meadow during the night and fallen in headlong." But suddenly a cold shiver froze me to the marrow. I first recognized a foot, then a leg sticking up. The whole body and the other leg were completely under water. I stammered out in a loud voice, trembling so violently that the lantern danced hither and thither over the slipper. "It is a woman! Who can it be? It is Miss Harriet!" Sapper alone did not manifest horror. He had witnessed many such scenes in Africa. Mother Leckasher and Celeste began to utter piercing screams and ran away. But it was necessary to recover the corpse of the dead woman. I attached the young man securely by the waist to the end of the pulley rope and lowered him very slowly, watching him disappear in the darkness. In one hand he held the lantern and a rope in the other. Soon I recognized his voice, which seemed to come from the center of the earth, saying, "Stop." I then saw him fish something out of the water. It was the other leg. He then bound the 2 feet together and shouted anew, "Haul up!" I began to wind up, but I felt my arms crack, my muscles twitch, and I was in terror lest I should let the man fall to the bottom. When his head appeared at the brink, I asked, "Well," as if I expected he had a message from the drowned woman. We both got on the stone slab at the edge of the well, and from opposite sides we began to haul up the body. Mother Leckasher and Celeste watched us from a distance, concealed from view behind the wall of the house. When they saw issuing from the hole the black slippers and white stockings of the drowned person, they disappeared. Sapper seized the ankles, and we drew up the body of the poor woman. The head was shocking to look at, being bruised and lacerated, and the long gray hair, out of curl forevermore, hanging down tangled and disordered. "In the name of all that is holy! How lean she is!" exclaimed Sapper in a contemptuous tone. We carried her into the room, and as the women did not put in an appearance, I, with the assistance of the stable lad, dressed the corpse for burial. I washed her disfigured face. Under the touch of my finger an eye was slightly opened and regarded me with that pale, cold look, that terrible look of a corpse which seems to come from the beyond. I braided as well as I could her disheveled hair, and with my clumsy hands arranged on her head a novel and singular coiffure. Then I took off her dripping wet garments, bearing, not without a feeling of shame, as though I had been guilty of some profanation, her shoulders and her chest and her long arms, as slim as the twigs of a tree. I next went to fetch some flowers, poppies, bluets, marguerites, and fresh, sweet-smelling grass with which to strew her funeral couch. I then had to go through the usual formalities, as I was alone to attend to everything. A letter found in her pocket, written at the last moment, requested that her body be buried in the village in which she had passed the last days of her life. A sad suspicion weighed on my heart. Was it not on my account that she wished to be laid to rest in this place? Toward evening, all the female gossips of the locality came to view the remains of the defunct, but I would not allow a single person to enter. I wanted to be alone, and I watched beside her all night. I looked at the corpse by the flickering light of the candles, at this unhappy woman, unknown to us all, who had died in such a lamentable manner and so far away from home. Had she left no friends, no relations behind her? What had her infancy been? What had been her life? Whence had she come thither alone, a wanderer, lost like a dog driven from home? What secrets of sufferings and of despair were sealed up in that unprepossessing body, in that poor body whose outward appearance had driven from her all affection, all love? How many unhappy beings there are! I felt that there weighed upon that human creature the eternal injustice of implacable nature. It was all over with her, without her ever having experienced, perhaps, that which sustains the greatest outcasts, to wit, the hope of being loved once. Otherwise, why should she thus have concealed herself, fled from the face of others? Why did she love everything so tenderly and so passionately, everything living that was not a man? I recognized the fact that she believed in a God, and that she hoped to receive compensation from the latter for all the miseries she had endured. She would now disintegrate and become, in turn, a plant. She would blossom in the sun, the cattle would browse on her leaves, the birds would bear away the seeds, and through these changes she would become again human flesh. But that which is called the soul had been extinguished at the bottom of the dark well. She suffered no longer. She had given her life for that of others yet to come. Hours passed away in this silent and sinister communion with the dead. A pale light at length announced the dawn of a new day, then a red ray streamed in on the bed, making a bar of light across the coverlet and across her hands. This was the hour she had so much loved. The awakened birds began to sing in the trees. I opened the window to its fullest extent and drew back the curtains that the whole heavens might look in upon us, and bending over the icy corpse, I took in my hands the mutilated head and slowly, without terror or disgust, I imprinted a kiss, a long kiss, upon those lips which had never before been kissed. Leontia now remained silent. The women wept. We heard on the box seat the Count d'Autreil blowing his nose from time to time. The coachman alone had gone to sleep. The horses, who no longer felt the sting of the whip, had slackened their pace and moved along slowly. The drag, hardly advancing at all, seemed suddenly torpid, as if it had been freighted with sorrow. Little Louise Roquet, the former soldier, Médéric Rampal, familiarly called Médéric by the country folks, left the post office of Royally Le Tours at the usual hour. After passing through the village with his long stride, he cut across the meadows of Villum and reached the bank of the Brindle, following the path along the water's edge to the village of Carvelin, where he commenced to deliver his letters. He walked quickly, following the course of the narrow river, which frothed, murmured, and boiled in its grassy bed beneath an arch of willows. Médéric went on without stopping, with only this thought in his mind: my first letter is for the Poivrin family, then I have one for Monsieur Renardet, so I must cross the wood. His blue blouse, fastened round his waist by a black leather belt, moved in a quick, regular fashion above the green hedge of willow trees, and his stout stick of holly kept time with his steady tread. He crossed the Brindle on a bridge consisting of a tree trunk, with a handrail of rope, fastened at either end to a stake driven into the ground. The wood, which belonged to Monsieur Renardet, the mayor of Carvelin and the largest landowner in the district, consisted of huge old trees, straight as pillars and extending for about half a league along the left bank of the stream which served as a boundary to this immense dome of foliage. Alongside the water large shrubs had grown up in the sunlight, but under the trees one found nothing but moss, thick, soft, and yielding, from which arose, in the still air, an odor of dampness and of dead wood. Médéric slackened his pace, took off his black cap adorned with red lace, and wiped his forehead, for it was by this time hot in the meadows, though it was not yet 8 o'clock in the morning. He had just recovered from the effects of the heat, and resumed his quick pace when he noticed at the foot of a tree a knife, a child's small knife. When he picked it up he discovered a thimble and also a needle case not far away. Having taken up these objects, he thought, I'll entrust them to the mayor. And he resumed his journey, but now he kept his eyes open, expecting to find something else. All of a sudden he stopped short, as if he had struck against a wooden barrier. 10 paces in front of him lay stretched on her back on the moss a little girl, perfectly nude, her face covered with a handkerchief. She was about 12 years old. Meredith advanced on tiptoe, as if he apprehended some danger, and he glanced toward the spot uneasily. What was this? No doubt she was asleep. Then he reflected that a person does not go to sleep naked at 7:30 in the morning under the cool trees. So, then, she must be dead, and he must be face to face with the crime. At this thought a cold shiver ran through his frame, although he was an old soldier. And then a murder was such a rare thing in the country, and above all, the murder of a child, that he could not believe his eyes. But she had no wound, nothing save a spot of blood on her leg. How, then, had she been killed? He stopped close to her and gazed at her, while he leaned on his stick. Certainly he must know her, for he knew all the inhabitants of the district. But not being able to get a look at her face, he could not guess her name. He stooped forward in order to take off the handkerchief which covered her face, then paused, with outstretched hand, restrained by an idea that occurred to him. Had he the right to disarrange anything in the condition of the corpse before the official investigation? He pictured justice to himself as a kind of general whom nothing escapes and who attaches as much importance to a lost button as to the stab of a knife in the stomach. Perhaps under this handkerchief evidence could be found to sustain a charge of murder. In fact, if such proof were there, it might lose its value if touched by an awkward hand. Then he raised himself with the intention of hastening toward the mayor's residence. But again another thought held him back. If the little girl were still alive, by any chance, he could not leave her lying there in this way. He sank on his knees very gently, a little distance from her, through precaution, and extended his hand toward her foot. It was icy cold, with the terrible coldness of death which leaves us no longer in doubt. The letter carrier, as he touched her, felt his heart in his mouth, as he said himself afterward, and his mouth parched. Rising up abruptly, he rushed off under the trees toward Monsieur Renardet's house. He walked on faster than ever, with his stick under his arm, his hands clenched and his head thrust forward, while his leathern bag, filled with letters and newspapers, kept flapping at his side. The mayor's residence was at the end of the wood which served as a park, and one side of it was washed by the Brindle. It was a big square house of grey stone, very old, and had stood many a siege in former days, and at the end of it was a huge tower, 20 meters high, rising out of the water. From the top of this fortress one could formerly see all the surrounding country. It was called the Fox's Tower, without any one knowing exactly why, and from this appellation, no doubt, had come the name Renardet, borne by the owners of this fief, which had remained in the same family, it was said, for more than 200 years. For the Renardets formed part of the upper middle class, all but noble, to be met with so often in the province before the Revolution. The postman dashed into the kitchen, where the servants were taking breakfast, and exclaimed, "Is the mayor up? I want to speak to him at once." Médéric was recognized as a man of standing and authority, and they understood that something serious had happened. As soon as word was brought to Monsieur Renardet, he ordered the postman to be sent up to him. Pale and out of breath, with his cap in his hand, Médéric found the mayor seated at a long table covered with scattered papers. He was a large, tall man, heavy and red-faced, strong as an ox, and was greatly liked in the district, although of an excessively violent disposition. Almost 40 years old and a widower for the past 6 months, he lived on his estate like a country gentleman. His choleric temperament had often brought him into trouble from which the magistrates of royally Latours, like indulgent and prudent friends, had extricated him. Had he not one day thrown the conductor of the diligence from the top of his seat because he came near running over his retriever, Micmac? Had he not broken the ribs of a gamekeeper who abused him for having, gun in hand, passed through a neighbor's property? Had he not even caught by the collar the sub-prefect, who stopped over in the village during an administrative circuit, called by Monsieur Renardet an electioneering circuit, for he was opposed to the government, in accordance with family traditions? The mayor asked. "What's the matter now, Médéric? I found a little girl dead in your wood." Renardet rose to his feet, his face the color of brick. What do you say, a little girl? Yes, Monsieur, a little girl, quite naked on her back, with blood on her, dead, quite dead. The mayor gave vent to an oath. By God, I'd make a bet it is little Louise Roquet. I have just learned that she did not go home to her mother last night. Where did you find her? The postman described the spot, gave full details, and offered to conduct the mayor to the place. But Renardet became brusque. No, I don't need you. Send the watchman, the mayor's secretary, and the doctor to me at once, and resume your rounds. Quick, quick, go and tell them to meet me in the wood. The letter carrier, a man used to discipline, obeyed and withdrew, angry and grieved at not being able to be present at the investigation. The mayor, in his turn, prepared to go out, took his big soft hat and paused for a few seconds on the threshold of his abode. In front of him stretched a wide sward, in which were 3 large beds of flowers in full bloom, one facing the house and the others at either side of it. Farther on, the outlying trees of the wood rose skyward, while at the left, beyond the brindle, which at that spot widened into a pond, could be seen long meadows, an entirely green flat sweep of country, intersected by trenches and hedges of pollard willows. To the right, behind the stables, the outhouses and all the buildings connected with the property, might be seen the village, which was wealthy, being mainly inhabited by cattle breeders. Renardet slowly descended the steps in front of his house, and turning to the left, gained the water's edge, which he followed at a slow pace, his hand behind his back. He walked on, with bent head, and from time to time glanced round in search of the persons he had sent for. When he stood beneath the trees he stopped, took off his hat and wiped his forehead as Médéric had done, for the burning sun was darting its fiery rays on the earth. Then the mayor resumed his journey, stopped once more and retraced his steps. Suddenly, stooping down, he steeped his handkerchief in the stream that glided along at his feet and spread it over his head, under his hat. Drops of water flowed down his temples over his ears, which were always purple, over his strong red neck, and made their way, one after the other, under his white shirt collar. As nobody had appeared, he began tapping with his foot, then he called out, "Hello? Hello?" A voice at his right answered, "Hello? Hello?" And the doctor appeared under the trees. He was a thin little man, an ex-military surgeon, who passed in the neighborhood for a very skillful practitioner. He limped, having been wounded while in the service, and had to use a stick to assist him in walking. Next came the watchman and the mayor's secretary, who, having been sent for at the same time, arrived together. They looked scared, and hurried forward, out of breath, walking and running alternately to hasten their progress, and moving their arms up and down so vigorously that they seemed to do more work with them than with their legs. Renardet said to the doctor, "You know what the trouble is about?" "Yes, a child found dead in the wood by Médéric." "That's quite correct. Come on." They walked along, side by side, followed by the 2 men. Their steps made no sound on the moss. Their eyes were gazing ahead in front of them. Suddenly the doctor, extending his arm, said, "See, there she is!" Far ahead of them under the trees they saw something white on which the sun gleamed down through the branches. As they approached they gradually distinguished a human form lying there, its head toward the river, the face covered and the arms extended as though on a crucifix. "I am fearfully warm," said the mayor, and stooping down, he again soaked his handkerchief in the water and placed it round his forehead. The doctor hastened his steps, interested by the discovery. As soon as they were near the corpse, he bent down to examine it without touching it. He had put on his pince-nez, as one does in examining some curious object, and turned round very quietly. He said, without rising, "Violated and murdered, as we shall prove presently. This little girl, moreover, is almost a woman. Look at her throat." The doctor lightly drew away the handkerchief which covered her face, which looked black, frightful, the tongue protruding, the eyes bloodshot. He went on, "By heavens! She was strangled the moment the deed was done." He felt her neck. "Strangled with the hands without leaving any special trace, either the mark of the nails nor the imprint of the fingers." "Quite right. It is little Louise Roquet, sure enough." He carefully replaced the handkerchief. "There's nothing for me to do. She's been dead for the last hour at least. We must give notice of the matter to the authorities. Renardet, standing up, with his hands behind his back, kept staring with a stony look at the little body exposed to view on the grass. He murmured, "What a wretch! We must find the clothes." The doctor felt the hands, the arms, the legs. He said, "She had been bathing, no doubt. They ought to be at the water's edge." The mayor thereupon gave directions. "Do you, Principe," this was his secretary, "go and find those clothes for me along the stream. You, Maxime," this was the watchman, "hurry on toward Rueil-les-Tours and bring with you the magistrate with the gendarmes. They must be here within an hour. You understand?" The two men started at once, and Renardet said to the doctor, "What miscreant could have done such a deed in this part of the country?" The doctor murmured, "Who knows? Any one is capable of that. Every one in particular, and nobody in general. No matter, it must be some prowler, some workman out of employment. Since we have become a republic, we meet only this kind of person along the roads." Both of them were Bonapartists. The mayor went on, "Yes, it can only be a stranger, a passer-by, a vagabond without hearth or home." The doctor added, with the shadow of a smile on his face, "And without a wife. Having neither a good supper nor a good bed, he became reckless. You can't tell how many men there may be in the world capable of a crime at a given moment. Did you know that this little girl had disappeared?" And with the end of his stick he touched one after the other the stiffened fingers of the corpse, resting on them as on the keys of a piano. "Yes, the mother came last night to look for me about 9 o'clock, the child not having come home at 7 to supper. We looked for her along the roads up to midnight, but we did not think of the wood. However, we needed daylight to carry out a thorough search." "Will you have a cigar?" said the doctor. "Thanks, I don't care to smoke. This thing affects me so." They remained standing beside the corpse of the young girl, so pale on the dark moss. A big blue fly was walking over the body with his lively, jerky movements. The two men kept watching this wandering speck. The doctor said, "How pretty it is, a fly on the skin! The ladies of the last century had good reason to paste them on their faces. Why has this fashion gone out?" The mayor seemed not to hear, plunged as he was in deep thought. But all of a sudden, he turned round, surprised by a shrill noise. A woman in a cap and blue apron was running toward them under the trees. It was the mother, La Roque. As soon as she saw Renardet, she began to shriek, "My little girl! Where's my little girl?" so distractedly that she did not glance down at the ground. Suddenly she saw the corpse, stopped short, clasped her hands and raised both her arms while she uttered a sharp, heartrending cry, the cry of a wounded animal. Then she rushed toward the body, fell on her knees and snatched away the handkerchief that covered the face. When she saw that frightful countenance, black and distorted, she rose to her feet with a shudder, then sinking to the ground, face downward, she pressed her face against the ground and uttered frightful, continuous screams on the thick moss. Her tall, thin frame, with its close-clinging dress, was palpitating, shaken with spasms. One could see her bony ankles and her dried-up calves covered with coarse blue stockings shaking horribly. She was digging the soil with her crooked fingers, as though she were trying to make a hole in which to hide herself. The doctor, much affected, said in a low tone, "Poor old woman!" Renardet felt a strange sensation. Then he gave vent to a sort of loud sneeze, and drawing his handkerchief from his pocket, he began to weep internally, coughing, sobbing and blowing his nose noisily. He stammered, Damned pig to do this! I would like to see him guillotined." Principe reappeared with his hands empty. He murmured, "I have found nothing, Monsieur le Maire, nothing at all anywhere." The mayor, alarmed, replied in a thick voice, drowned in tears, "What is that you could not find?" "The little girl's clothes." Well, look again, and find them, or you'll have to answer to me." The man, knowing that the mayor would not brook opposition, set forth again with hesitating steps, casting a timid side glance at the corpse. Distant voices were heard under the trees, a confused sound, the noise of an approaching crowd, for Médéric had, in the course of his rounds, carried the news from door to door. The people of the neighborhood, dazed at first, had gossiped about it in the street, from one threshold to another. Then they gathered together. They talked over, discussed and commented on the event for some minutes, and had now come to see for themselves. They arrived in groups, a little faltering and uneasy through fear of the first impression of such a scene on their minds. When they saw the body they stopped, not daring to advance, and speaking low. Then they grew bolder, went on a few steps, stopped again, advanced once more, and presently formed around the dead girl, her mother, the doctor and Renardet, a close circle, restless and noisy, which crowded forward at the sudden impact of newcomers. And now they touched the corpse. Some of them even bent down to feel it with their fingers. The doctor kept them back. But the mayor, waking abruptly out of his torpor, flew into a rage, and seizing Dr. Labarbe's stick, flung himself on his townspeople, stammering, "Clear out, you pack of brutes, clear out!" And in a second the crowd of sightseers had fallen back 200 paces. Mother La Roque had risen to a sitting posture, and now remained weeping, with her hands clasped over her face. The crowd was discussing the affair, and young lads' eager eyes curiously scrutinized this nude young form. Renardet perceived this, and abruptly taking off his coat, he flung it over the little girl, who was entirely hidden from view beneath the large garment. The secretary drew near quietly. The wood was filled with people, and a continuous hum of voices rose up under the tangled foliage of the tall trees. The mayor, in his shirt sleeves, remained standing, with his stick in his hands, in a fighting attitude. He seemed exasperated by this curiosity on the part of the people and kept repeating, "If one of you come nearer, I'll break his head just as I would a dog's." The peasants were greatly afraid of him. They held back. Dr. Labarbe, who was smoking, sat down beside La Roque and spoke to her in order to distract her attention. The old woman at once removed her hands from her face and replied with a flood of tearful words, emptying her grief in copious talk. She told the whole story of her life, her marriage, the death of her man, a cattle drover, who had been gored to death, the infancy of her daughter, her wretched existence as a widow without resources and with a child to support. She had only this one, her little Louise, and the child had been killed in this wood. Then she felt anxious to see her again, and dragging herself on her knees toward the corpse, she raised up one corner of the garment that covered her. Then she let it fall again and began wailing once more. The crowd remained silent, eagerly watching all the mother's gestures. But suddenly there was a great commotion at the cry of, "The gendarmes! The gendarmes!" 2 gendarmes appeared in the distance, advancing at a rapid trot, escorting their captain and a little gentleman with red whiskers, who was bobbing up and down like a monkey on a big white mare. The watchman had just found Monsieur Putoin, the magistrate, at the moment when he was mounting his horse to take his daily ride, for he posed as a good horseman, to the great amusement of the officers. He dismounted, along with the captain, and pressed the hands of the mayor and the doctor, casting a ferret-like glance on the linen coat beneath which lay the corpse. When he was made acquainted with all the facts, he first gave orders to disperse the crowd, whom the gendarmes drove out of the wood, but who soon reappeared in the meadow and formed a hedge, a big hedge of excited and moving heads, on the other side of the stream. The doctor, in his turn, gave explanations, which Renardet noted down in his memorandum book. All the evidence was given, taken down and commented on without leading to any discovery. Maxime, too, came back without having found any trace of the clothes. This disappearance surprised everybody. No one could explain it except on the theory of theft, and as her rags were not worth 20 sous, even this theory was inadmissible. The magistrate, the mayor, the captain, and the doctor set to work searching in pairs, putting aside the smallest branch along the water. Renardet said to the judge, "How does it happen that this wretch has concealed or carried away the clothes, and has thus left the body exposed, in sight of every one?" The other, crafty and sagacious, answered, "Ha! Ha! Perhaps a dodge? This crime has been committed either by a brute or by a sly scoundrel. In any case, we'll easily succeed in finding him." The noise of wheels made them turn their heads round. It was the deputy magistrate, the doctor and the registrar of the court who had arrived in their turn. They resumed their search, all chatting in an animated fashion. Renardette said suddenly, "Do you know that you are to take luncheon with me?" Everyone smilingly accepted the invitation, and the magistrate, thinking that the case of little Louise Roquet had occupied enough attention for one day, turned toward the mayor. "I can have the body brought to your house, can I not? You have a room in which you can keep it for me till this evening?" The other became confused and stammered. "Yes, no. To tell the truth, I prefer that it should not come into my house on account of my servants, who are already talking about ghosts in my tower, in the Fox's Tower. You know, I could no longer keep a single one. No, I prefer not to have it in my house." The magistrate began to smile. "Good! I will have it taken at once to Royally for the legal examination." And turning to his deputy, he said, "I can make use of your trap, can I not?" "Yes, certainly." They all came back to the place where the corpse lay. Mother La Roquet, now seated beside her daughter, was holding her hand and was staring right before her with a wandering, listless eye. The two doctors endeavored to lead her away, so that she might not witness the dead girl's removal, but she understood at once what they wanted to do, and flinging herself on the body, she threw both arms round it. Lying on top of the corpse, she exclaimed, "You shall not have it! It's mine now! They have killed her for me, and I want to keep her. You shall not have her!" All the men, affected and not knowing how to act, remained standing around her. Renardette fell on his knees and said to her, "Listen, La Roquet, it is necessary in order to find out who killed her. Without this, we could not find out. We must make a search for the man in order to punish him. When we have found him, we'll give her up to you. I promise you this." This explanation bewildered the woman, and a feeling of hatred manifested itself in her distracted glance. "So then they'll arrest him?" "Yes, I promise you that." She rose up, deciding to let them do as they liked, but when the captain remarked, "It is surprising that her clothes were not found," a new idea, which she had not previously thought of, abruptly entered her mind, and she asked, "Where are her clothes?" "They're mine. I want them." "Where have they been put?" They explained to her that they had not been found. Then she demanded them persistently, crying and moaning, "They're mine, I want them. Where are they? I want them." The more they tried to calm her, the more she sobbed and persisted in her demands. She no longer wanted the body, she insisted on having the clothes, as much perhaps through the unconscious cupidity of a wretched being to whom a piece of silver represents a fortune as through maternal tenderness. And when the little body, rolled up in blankets which had been brought out from Renardette's house, had disappeared in the vehicle, the old woman standing under the trees, sustained by the mayor and the captain, exclaimed, "I have nothing in the world, not even her little cap, her little cap." The cure, a young priest, had just arrived. He took it on himself to accompany the mother, and they went away together toward the village. The mother's grief was modified by the sugary words of the clergyman, who promised her 1,000 compensations. But she kept repeating, "If I had only her little cap!" This idea now dominated every other. Renardette called from the distance, "You will lunch with us, Monsieur l'Abbé, in an hour's time." The priest turned his head round and replied, "With pleasure, Monsieur le Maire. I'll be with you at 12. And they all directed their steps toward the house, whose grey front, with the large tower built on the edge of the brindle, could be seen through the branches. The meal lasted a long time. They talked about the crime. Everybody was of the same opinion. It had been committed by some tramp passing there by mere chance while the little girl was bathing. Then the magistrates returned to Rueil, announcing that they would return next day at an early hour. The doctor and the cure went to their respective homes, while Renardette, after a long walk through the meadows, returned to the wood, where he remained walking till nightfall with slow steps, his hands behind his back. He went to bed early and was still asleep next morning when the magistrate entered his room. He was rubbing his hands together with a self-satisfied air. "Ha! Ha! You are still sleeping? Well, my dear fellow, we have news this morning." The mayor sat up in his bed. What, pray? Oh, something strange. You remember well how the mother clamored yesterday for some memento of her daughter, especially her little cap? Well, on opening her door this morning, she found on the threshold her child's 2 little wooden shoes. This proves that the crime was perpetrated by someone from the district, someone who felt pity for her. Besides, the postman, Mederick, brought me the thimble, the knife, and the needle case of the dead girl. So then, the man in carrying off the clothes to hide them must have let fall the articles which were in the pocket. As for me, I attach special importance to the wooden shoes, as they indicate a certain moral culture and a faculty for tenderness on the part of the assassin. We will, therefore, if you have no objection, go over together the principal inhabitants of your district. The mayor got up. He rang for his shaving water and said, "With pleasure, but it will take some time, and we may begin at once." Putoin sat astride a chair. Renardet covered his chin with a white lather while he looked at himself in the glass. Then he sharpened his razor on the strop and continued. The principal inhabitant of Carvelin bears the name of Joseph Renardet, mayor, a rich landowner, a rough man who beats guards and coachmen. The examining magistrate burst out laughing. That's enough. Let us pass on to the next. The second in importance is Pelodent, his deputy, a cattle breeder, an equally rich landowner, a crafty peasant, very sly, very close-fisted on every question of money, but incapable in my opinion of having perpetrated such a crime. Continue, said Putoin. Renardet, while proceeding with his toilet, reviewed the characters of all the inhabitants of Carvelin. After 2 hours' discussion, their suspicions were fixed on 3 individuals who had hitherto borne a shady reputation: a poacher named Caval, a fisherman named Piquet, who caught trout and crabs, and a cattle drover named Clovis too. The search for the perpetrator of the crime lasted all summer, but he was not discovered. Those who were suspected and arrested easily proved their innocence, and the authorities were compelled to abandon the attempt to capture the criminal. But this murder seemed to have moved the entire country in a singular manner. There remained in everyone's mind a disquietude, a vague fear, a sensation of mysterious terror, springing not merely from the impossibility of discovering any trace of the assassin, but also and above all from that strange finding of the wooden shoes in front of La Roque's door the day after the crime. The certainty that the murderer had assisted at the investigation, that he was still, doubtless, living in the village, possessed all minds and seemed to brood over the neighborhood like a constant menace. The wood had also become a dreaded spot, a place to be avoided and supposed to be haunted. Formerly the inhabitants went there to spend every Sunday afternoon. They used to sit down on the moss at the feet of the huge tall trees or walk along the water's edge watching the trout gliding among the weeds. The boys used to play bowls, hide-and-seek, and other games where the ground had been cleared and leveled, and the girls, in rows of 4 or 5, would trip along, holding one another by the arms and screaming songs with their shrill voices. Now nobody ventured there for fear of finding some corpse lying on the ground. Autumn arrived, the leaves began to fall from the tall trees, whirling round and round to the ground, and the sky could be seen through the bare branches. Sometimes, when a gust of wind swept over the tree-tops, the slow, continuous rain suddenly grew heavier and became a rough storm that covered the moss with a thick yellow carpet that made a kind of creaking sound beneath one's feet. And the sound of the falling leaves seemed like a wail, and the leaves themselves like tears shed by these great, sorrowful trees, that wept in the silence of the bare and empty wood, this dreaded and deserted wood where wandered lonely the soul, the little soul of little Louise Roque. The Brindle, swollen by the storms, rushed on more quickly, yellow and angry, between its dry banks, bordered by 2 thin, bare, willow hedges. And here was Renardet suddenly resuming his walks under the trees. Every day, at sunset, he came out of his house, descended the front steps slowly and entered the wood in a dreamy fashion, with his hands in his pockets, and paced over the damp soft moss, while a legion of rooks from all the neighboring haunts came thither to rest in the tall trees and then flew off like a black cloud uttering loud, discordant cries. Night came on, and Renardet was still strolling slowly under the trees. Then, when the darkness prevented him from walking any longer, he would go back to the house and sink into his armchair in front of the glowing hearth, stretching his damp feet toward the fire. One morning an important bit of news was circulated through the district. The mayor was having his wood cut down. 20 woodcutters were already at work. They had commenced at the corner nearest to the house and worked rapidly in the master's presence. And each day the wood grew thinner, losing its trees, which fell down one by one, as an army loses its soldiers. Renardet no longer walked up and down. He remained from morning till night, contemplating, motionless, with his hands behind his back, the slow destruction of his wood. When a tree fell, he placed his foot on it as if it were a corpse. Then he raised his eyes to the next with a kind of secret, calm impatience, as if he expected, hoped for something at the end of this slaughter. Meanwhile they were approaching the place where little Louise Roquet had been found. They came to it one evening in the twilight. As it was dark, the sky being overcast, the woodcutters wanted to stop their work, putting off till next day the fall of an enormous beech tree. But the mayor objected to this and insisted that they should at once lop and cut down this giant, which had sheltered the crime. When the lopper had laid it bare and the woodcutters had sapped its base, 5 men commenced hauling at the rope attached to the top. The tree resisted. Its powerful trunk, although notched to the center, was as rigid as iron. The workmen, all together, with a sort of simultaneous motion, strained at the rope, bending backward and uttering a cry which timed and regulated their efforts. 2 woodcutters standing close to the giant remained with axes in their grip, like 2 executioners ready to strike once more, and Renardet, motionless, with his hand on the trunk, awaited the fall with an uneasy, nervous feeling. One of the men said to him, "You are too near, Monsieur le Maire. When it falls it may hurt you." He did not reply and did not move away. He seemed ready to catch the beech tree in his open arms and to cast it on the ground like a wrestler. All at once, at the base of the tall column of wood there was a rent which seemed to run to the top, like a painful shock. It bent slightly, ready to fall, but still resisting. The men, in a state of excitement, stiffened their arms, renewed their efforts with greater vigor, and just as the tree came crashing down, Renardet suddenly made a forward step, then stopped, his shoulders raised to receive the irresistible shock, the mortal shock which would crush him to the earth. But the beech tree, having deviated a little, only rubbed against his loins, throwing him on his face 5 meters away. The workman dashed forward to lift him up. He had already arisen to his knees, stupefied, with bewildered eyes, and passing his hand across his forehead, as if he were awaking from an attack of madness. When he had got to his feet once more the men, astonished, questioned him, not being able to understand what he had done. He replied in faltering tones that he had been dazed for a moment, or rather, he had been thinking of his childhood days, that he thought he would have time to run under the tree, just as street boys rush in front of vehicles driving rapidly past, that he had played at danger, that for the past 8 days he felt this desire growing stronger within him, asking himself each time a tree began to fall whether he could pass beneath it without being touched. It was a piece of stupidity, he confessed, but every one has these moments of insanity, and these temptations to boyish folly. He made this explanation in a slow tone, searching for his words, and speaking in a colorless tone. Then he went off, saying, "Till tomorrow, my friends, till tomorrow." As soon as he got back to his room he sat down at his table, which his lamp lighted up brightly, and burying his head in his hands he began to cry. He remained thus for a long time, then wiped his eyes, raised his head and looked at the clock. It was not yet 6 o'clock. He thought, "I have time before dinner," and he went to the door and locked it. He then came back, and sitting down at his table, pulled out the middle drawer. Taking from it a revolver, he laid it down on his papers in full view. The barrel of the firearm glittered, giving out gleams of light. Renardet gazed at it for some time with the uneasy glance of a drunken man. Then he rose and began to pace up and down the room. He walked from one end of the apartment to the other, stopping from time to time, only to pace up and down again a moment afterward. Suddenly he opened the door of his dressing room, steeped a towel in the water pitcher and moistened his forehead, as he had done on the morning of the crime. Then he began walking up and down again. Each time he passed the table the gleaming revolver attracted his glance, tempted his hand, but he kept watching the clock and reflected. I have still time. It struck 6:30. Then he took up the revolver, opened his mouth wide with a frightful grimace, and stuck the barrel into it as if he wanted to swallow it. He remained in this position for some seconds without moving, his finger on the trigger. Then, suddenly seized with a shudder of horror, he dropped the pistol on the carpet. He fell back on his armchair, sobbing. I cannot! I dare not! My God! My God! How can I have the courage to kill myself? There was a knock at the door. He rose up, bewildered. A servant said, Monsieur's dinner is ready. He replied, All right. I'm coming down. Then he picked up the revolver, locked it up again in the drawer, and looked at himself in the mirror over the mantelpiece to see whether his face did not look too much troubled. It was as red as usual, a little redder perhaps. That was all. He went down and seated himself at table. He ate slowly, like a man who wants to prolong the meal, who does not want to be alone. Then he smoked several pipes in the hall while the table was being cleared. After that he went back to his room. As soon as he had locked himself in, he looked under the bed, opened all the closets, explored every corner, rummaged through all the furniture. Then he lighted the candles on the mantelpiece, and turning round several times, ran his eye all over the apartment with an anguish of terror that distorted his face, for he knew well that he would see her, as he did every night, little Louise Roquet, the little girl he had attacked and afterwards strangled. Every night the odious vision came back again. First he seemed to hear a kind of roaring sound, such as is made by a threshing machine or the distant passage of a train over a bridge. Then he commenced to gasp, to suffocate, and he had to unbutton his collar and his belt. He moved about to make his blood circulate, he tried to read, he attempted to sing. It was in vain. His thoughts, in spite of himself, went back to the day of the murder and made him begin it all over again in all its most secret details, with all the violent emotions he had experienced from the first minute to the last. He had felt on rising that morning, the morning of the horrible day, a little dizziness and headache, which he attributed to the heat, so that he remained in his room until breakfast time. After the meal he had taken a siesta, then, toward the close of the afternoon, he had gone out to breathe the fresh, soothing breeze under the trees in the wood. But as soon as he was outside, the heavy, scorching air of the plain oppressed him still more. The sun, still high in the heavens, poured down on the parched soil waves of burning light. Not a breath of wind stirred the leaves. Every beast and bird, even the grasshoppers, were silent. Renardette reached the tall trees and began to walk over the moss where the brindle produced a slight freshness of the air beneath the immense roof of branches. But he felt ill at ease. It seemed to him that an unknown, invisible hand was strangling him, and he scarcely thought of anything, having usually few ideas in his head. For the last 3 months only one thought haunted him, the thought of marrying again. He suffered from living alone, suffered from it morally and physically. Accustomed for 10 years past to feeling a woman near him, habituated to her presence every moment, he had need, an imperious and perplexing need of such association. Since Madame Renardette's death he had suffered continually without knowing why. He had suffered at not feeling her dress brushing past him, and above all, from no longer being able to calm and rest himself in her arms. He had been scarcely 6 months a widower, and he was already looking about in the district for some young girl or some widow he might marry when his period of mourning was at an end. He had a chaste soul, but it was lodged in a powerful, Herculean body, and carnal imaginings began to disturb his sleep and his vigils. He drove them away, they came back again, and he murmured from time to time, smiling at himself, "Here I am, like St. Anthony." Having this special morning had several of these visions, the desire suddenly came into his breast to bathe in the brindle in order to refresh himself and cool his blood. He knew of a large deep pool, a little farther down, where the people of the neighborhood came sometimes to take a dip in summer. He went there. Thick willow trees hid this clear body of water where the current rested, and went to sleep for a while before starting on its way again. Renardette, as he appeared, thought he heard a light sound, a faint plashing which was not that of the stream on the banks. He softly put aside the leaves and looked. A little girl, quite naked in the transparent water, was beating the water with both hands, dancing about in it, and dipping herself with pretty movements. She was not a child, nor was she yet a woman. She was plump and developed, while preserving an air of youthful precocity, as of one who had grown rapidly. He no longer moved, overcome with surprise, with desire, holding his breath with a strange, poignant emotion. He remained there, his heart beating as if one of his sensuous dreams had just been realized, as if an impure fairy had conjured up before him this young creature, this little rustic Venus, rising from the eddies of the stream as the real Venus rose from the waves of the sea. Suddenly the little girl came out of the water, and without seeing him, came over to where he stood, looking for her clothes in order to dress herself. As she approached gingerly, on account of the sharp-pointed stones, he felt himself pushed toward her by an irresistible force, by a bestial transport of passion, which stirred his flesh, bewildered his mind, and made him tremble from head to foot. She remained standing some seconds behind the willow tree which concealed him from view. Then, losing his reason entirely, he pushed aside the branches, rushed on her, and seized her in his arms. She fell, too terrified to offer any resistance, too terror-stricken to cry out. He seemed possessed, not understanding what he was doing. He woke from his crime as one wakes from a nightmare. The child burst out weeping. "Hold your tongue! Hold your tongue!" he said. "I'll give you money." But she did not hear him and went on sobbing. "Come now, hold your tongue! Do hold your tongue! Keep quiet!" he continued. She kept shrieking as she tried to free herself. He suddenly realized that he was ruined, and he caught her by the neck to stop her mouth from uttering these heart-rending, dreadful screams. As she continued to struggle with the desperate strength of a being who is seeking to fly from death, he pressed his enormous hands on the little throat swollen with screaming, and in a few seconds he had strangled her, so furiously did he grip her. He had not intended to kill her, but only to make her keep quiet. Then he stood up, overwhelmed with horror. She lay before him, her face bleeding and blackened. He was about to rush away when there sprang up in his agitated soul the mysterious and undefined instinct that guides all beings in the hour of danger. He was going to throw the body into the water, but another impulse drove him toward the clothes, which he made into a small package. Then, as he had a piece of twine in his pocket, he tied it up and hid it in a deep portion of the stream, beneath the trunk of a tree that overhung the brindle. Then he went off at a rapid pace, reached the meadows, took a wide turn in order to show himself to some peasants who dwelt some distance away at the opposite side of the district, and came back to dine at the usual hour, telling his servants all that was supposed to have happened during his walk. He slept, however, that night. He slept with a heavy, brutish sleep like the sleep of certain persons condemned to death. He did not open his eyes until the first glimmer of dawn, and he waited till his usual hour for riding, so as to excite no suspicion. Then he had to be present at the inquiry as to the cause of death. He did so like a somnambulist, in a kind of vision which showed him men and things as in a dream, in a cloud of intoxication, with that sense of unreality which perplexes the mind at the time of the greatest catastrophes. But the agonized cry of Mother Roque pierced his heart. At that moment he had felt inclined to cast himself at the old woman's feet and to exclaim, "I am the guilty one!" But he had restrained himself. He went back, however, during the night to fish up the dead girl's wooden shoes, in order to place them on her mother's threshold. As long as the inquiry lasted, as long as it was necessary to lead justice astray, he was calm, master of himself, crafty and smiling. He discussed quietly with the magistrates all the suppositions that passed through their minds, combated their opinions and demolished their arguments. He even took a keen and mournful pleasure in disturbing their investigations, in embroiling their ideas, in showing the innocence of those whom they suspected. But as soon as the inquiry was abandoned he became gradually nervous, more excitable than he had been before, although he mastered his irritability. Sudden noises made him start with fear. He shuddered at the slightest thing and trembled sometimes from head to foot when a fly alighted on his forehead. Then he was seized with an imperious desire for motion, which impelled him to take long walks and to remain up whole nights pacing up and down his room. It was not that he was goaded by remorse. His brutal nature did not lend itself to any shade of sentiment or of moral terror. A man of energy and even of violence, born to make war, to ravage conquered countries and to massacre the vanquished, full of the savage instincts of the hunter and the fighter, he scarcely took count of human life. Though he respected the Church outwardly, from policy, he believed neither in God nor the devil, expecting neither chastisement nor recompense for his acts in another life. His sole belief was a vague philosophy drawn from all the ideas of the encyclopedists of the last century, and he regarded religion as a moral sanction of the law, the one and the other having been invented by men to regulate social relations. To kill any one in a duel, or in war, or in a quarrel, or by accident, or for the sake of revenge, or even through bravado would have seemed to him an amusing and clever thing and would not have left more impression on his mind than a shot fired at a hare. But he had experienced a profound emotion at the murder of this child. He had, in the first place, perpetrated it in the heat of an irresistible gust of passion, in a sort of tempest of the senses that had overpowered his reason. And he had cherished in his heart, in his flesh, on his lips, even to the very tips of his murderous fingers, a kind of bestial love, as well as a feeling of terrified horror, toward this little girl surprised by him and basely killed. Every moment his thoughts returned to that horrible scene, and though he endeavored to drive this picture from his mind, though he put it aside with terror, with disgust, he felt it surging through his soul, moving about in him, waiting incessantly for the moment to reappear. Then, as evening approached, he was afraid of the shadow falling around him. He did not yet know why the darkness seemed frightful to him, but he instinctively feared it. He felt that it was peopled with terrors. The bright daylight did not lend itself to fears. Things and beings were visible then, and only natural things and beings could exhibit themselves in the light of day. But the night, the impenetrable night, thicker than walls and empty, the infinite night, so black, so vast, in which one might brush against frightful things, the night, when one feels that a mysterious terror is wandering, prowling about, appeared to him to conceal an unknown threatening danger close beside him. What was it? He knew ere long. As he sat in his armchair, rather late one evening when he could not sleep, he thought he saw the curtain of his window move. He waited uneasily, with beating heart. The drapery did not stir. Then, all of a sudden, it moved once more. He did not venture to rise. He no longer ventured to breathe, and yet he was brave. He had often fought, and he would have liked to catch thieves in his house. Was it true that this curtain did move? He asked himself, fearing that his eyes had deceived him. It was, moreover, such a slight thing, a gentle flutter of drapery, a kind of trembling in its folds, less than an undulation caused by the wind. Renardet sat still, with staring eyes and outstretched neck. He sprang to his feet abruptly, ashamed of his fear, took 4 steps, seized the drapery with both hands and pulled it wide apart. At first he saw nothing but darkened glass, resembling plates of glittering ink. The night, the vast, impenetrable night, stretched beyond as far as the invisible horizon. He remained standing in front of this illimitable shadow, and suddenly he perceived a light, a moving light, which seemed some distance away. Then he put his face close to the window pane, thinking that a person looking for crabs might be poaching in the brindle, for it was past midnight, and this light rose up at the edge of the stream, under the trees. As he was not yet able to see clearly, Renardet placed his hands over his eyes, and suddenly this light became an illumination, and he beheld little Louise Roquet naked and bleeding on the moss. He recoiled, frozen with horror, knocked over his chair and fell over on his back. He remained there some minutes in anguish of mind, then he sat up and began to reflect. He had had a hallucination, that was all, a hallucination due to the fact that a night marauder was walking with a lantern in his hand near the water's edge. What was there astonishing, besides, in the circumstance that the recollection of his crime should sometimes bring before him the vision of the dead girl? He rose from the ground, swallowed a glass of wine and sat down again. He was thinking, what am I to do if this occurs again? And it would occur. He felt it. He was sure of it. Already his glance was drawn toward the window. It called him. It attracted him. In order to avoid looking at it, he turned his chair round. Then he took a book and tried to read, but it seemed to him that he presently heard something stirring behind him, and he swung round his armchair on one foot. The curtain was moving again. Unquestionably it moved this time. He could no longer have any doubt about it. He rushed forward and grasped it so violently that he pulled it down with its pole. Then he eagerly glued his face to the glass. He saw nothing. All was black outside, and he breathed with the joy of a man whose life has just been saved. Then he went back to his chair and sat down again, but almost immediately he felt a longing to look out once more through the window. Since the curtain had fallen down, the window made a sort of gap, fascinating and terrible, on the dark landscape. In order not to yield to this dangerous temptation, he undressed, blew out the light, and closed his eyes. Lying on his back motionless, his skin warm and moist, he awaited sleep. Suddenly a great gleam of light flashed across his eyelids. He opened them, believing that his dwelling was on fire. All was black as before, and he leaned on his elbow to try to distinguish the window which had still for him an unconquerable attraction. By dint of straining his eyes he could perceive some stars, and he rose, groped his way across the room, discovered the panes with his outstretched hands, and placed his forehead close to them. There below, under the trees, lay the body of the little girl gleaming like phosphorus, lighting up the surrounding darkness. Renardette uttered a cry and rushed toward his bed, where he lay till morning, his head hidden under the pillow. From that moment his life became intolerable. He passed his days in apprehension of each succeeding night, and each night the vision came back again. As soon as he had locked himself up in his room he strove to resist it, but in vain. An irresistible force lifted him up and pushed him against the window, as if to call the phantom, and he saw it at once, lying first in the spot where the crime was committed in the position in which it had been found. Then the dead girl rose up and came toward him with little steps just as the child had done when she came out of the river. She advanced quietly, passing straight across the grass and over the bed of withered flowers. Then she rose up in the air toward Renardette's window. She came toward him as she had come on the day of the crime. And the man recoiled before the apparition. He retreated to his bed and sank down upon it, knowing well that the little one had entered the room and that she now was standing behind the curtain, which presently moved. And until daybreak he kept staring at this curtain with a fixed glance, ever waiting to see his victim depart. But she did not show herself any more. She remained there behind the curtain, which quivered tremulously now and then. And Renardette, his fingers clutching the clothes, squeezed them as he had squeezed the throat of little Louise Roquet. He heard the clock striking the hours, and in the stillness the pendulum kept ticking in time with the loud beating of his heart. And he suffered, the wretched man, more than any man had ever suffered before. Then, as soon as a white streak of light on the ceiling announced the approaching day, he felt himself free, alone at last, alone in his room, and he went to sleep. He slept several hours, a restless, feverish sleep in which he retraced in dreams the horrible vision of the past night. When he went down to the late breakfast he felt exhausted as after unusual exertion, and he scarcely ate anything, still haunted as he was by the fear of what he had seen the night before. He knew well, however, that it was not an apparition, that the dead do not come back, and that his sick soul, his soul possessed by one thought alone, by an indelible remembrance, was the only cause of his torture, was what brought the dead girl back to life and raised her form before his eyes, on which it was ineffaceably imprinted. But he knew, too, that there was no cure, that he would never escape from the savage persecution of his memory, and he resolved to die rather than to endure these tortures any longer. Then he thought of how he would kill himself. It must be something simple and natural, which would preclude the idea of suicide. For he clung to his reputation, to the name bequeathed to him by his ancestors, and if his death awakened any suspicion people's thoughts might be, perhaps, directed toward the mysterious crime, toward the murderer who could not be found, and they would not hesitate to accuse him of the crime. A strange idea came into his head, that of allowing himself to be crushed by the tree at the foot of which he had assassinated little Louise Roquet. So he determined to have the wood cut down, and to simulate an accident. But the beech tree refused to crush his ribs. Returning to his house, a prey to utter despair, he had snatched up his revolver, and then did not dare to fire it. The dinner bell summoned him. He could eat nothing, and he went upstairs again. And he did not know what to do. Now that he had escaped the first time, he felt himself a coward. Presently he would be ready, brave, decided, master of his courage and of his resolution. Now he was weak and feared death as much as he did the dead girl. He faltered. "I dare not venture it again. I dare not venture it." Then he glanced with terror, first at the revolver on the table and next at the curtain which hid his window. It seemed to him, moreover, that something horrible would occur as soon as his life was ended. Something? What? A meeting with her, perhaps. She was watching for him, she was waiting for him, she was calling him, and it was in order to seize him in her turn, to draw him toward the doom that would avenge her, and to lead him to die, that she appeared thus every night. He began to cry like a child, repeating, "I will not venture it again, I will not venture it." Then he fell on his knees and murmured, "My God! My God!" without believing, nevertheless, in God. And he no longer dared, in fact, to look at his window, where he knew the apparition was hiding, nor at his table, where his revolver gleamed. When he had risen up, he said, "This cannot last. There must be an end of it." The sound of his voice in the silent room made a chill of fear pass through his limbs, but as he could not bring himself to come to a determination, as he felt certain that his finger would always refuse to pull the trigger of his revolver, he turned round to hide his head under the bedclothes and began to reflect. He would have to find some way in which he could force himself to die, to play some trick on himself which would not permit of any hesitation on his part, any delay, any possible regrets. He envied condemned criminals who are led to the scaffold surrounded by soldiers. Oh! If he could only beg of someone to shoot him, if after confessing his crime to a true friend who would never divulge it he could procure death at his hand. But from whom could he ask this terrible service? From whom? He thought of all the people he knew. The doctor? No, he would talk about it afterward, most probably. And suddenly a fantastic idea entered his mind. He would write to the magistrate, who was on terms of close friendship with him, and would denounce himself as the perpetrator of the crime. He would in this letter confess everything, revealing how his soul had been tortured, how he had resolved to die, how he had hesitated about carrying out his resolution, and what means he had employed to strengthen his failing courage. And in the name of their old friendship he would implore of the other to destroy the letter as soon as he had ascertained that the culprit had inflicted justice on himself. Renardet could rely on this magistrate. He knew him to be true, discreet, incapable of even an idle word. He was one of those men who have an inflexible conscience, governed, directed, regulated by their reason alone. Scarcely had he formed this project when a strange feeling of joy took possession of his heart. He was calm now. He would write his letter slowly, then at daybreak he would deposit it in the box nailed to the outside wall of his office. Then he would ascend his tower to watch for the postman's arrival, and when the man in the blue blouse had gone away, he would cast himself head foremost on the rocks on which the foundations rested. He would take care to be seen first by the workmen who had cut down his wood. He could climb to the projecting stone which bore the flagstaff displayed on festivals. He would smash this pole with a shake and carry it along with him as he fell. Who would suspect that it was not an accident? And he would be killed outright, owing to his weight and the height of the tower. Presently he got out of bed, went over to the table and began to write. He omitted nothing, not a single detail of the crime, not a single detail of the torments of his heart, and he ended by announcing that he had passed sentence on himself, that he was going to execute the criminal, and begged his friend, his old friend, to be careful that there should never be any stain on his memory. When he had finished this letter he saw that the day had dawned. He closed, sealed it, and wrote the address. Then he descended with light steps, hurried toward the little white box fastened to the outside wall in the corner of the farmhouse, and when he had thrown into it this letter, which made his hand tremble, he came back quickly, drew the bolts of the great door, and climbed up to his tower to wait for the passing of the postman, who was to bear away his death sentence. He felt self-possessed now. Liberated. Saved. A cold dry wind, an icy wind passed across his face. He inhaled it eagerly with open mouth, drinking in its chilling kiss. The sky was red, a wintry red, and all the plain, whitened with frost, glistened under the first rays of the sun, as if it were covered with powdered glass. Renardet, standing up, his head bare, gazed at the vast tract of country before him, the meadows to the left and to the right, the village whose chimneys were beginning to smoke in preparation for the morning meal. At his feet he saw the Brindle flowing amid the rocks, where he would soon be crushed to death. He felt new life on that beautiful frosty morning. The light bathed him, entered his being like a new-born hope. 1,000 recollections assailed him, recollections of similar mornings, of rapid walks on the hard earth which rang beneath his footsteps, of happy days of shooting on the edges of pools where wild ducks sleep. All the good things that he loved, the good things of existence, rushed to his memory, penetrated him with fresh desires, awakened all the vigorous appetites of his active, powerful body. And he was about to die. Why? He was going to kill himself stupidly because he was afraid of a shadow, afraid of nothing. He was still rich and in the prime of life. What folly! All he needed was distraction, absence, a voyage in order to forget. This night even he had not seen the little girl because his mind was preoccupied and had wandered towards some other subject. Perhaps he would not see her any more? And even if she still haunted him in this house, certainly she would not follow him elsewhere. The earth was wide, the future was long. Why should he die? His glance traveled across the meadows, and he perceived a blue spot in the path which wound alongside the Brindle. It was Mederic coming to bring letters from the town and to carry away those of the village. Renardet gave a start, a sensation of pain shot through his breast, and he rushed down the winding staircase to get back his letter, to demand it back from the postman. Little did it matter to him now whether he was seen. He hurried across the grass damp from the light frost of the previous night, and arrived in front of the box in the corner of the farmhouse exactly at the same time as the letter carrier. The latter had opened the little wooden door and drew forth the 4 papers deposited there by the inhabitants of the locality. Renardet said to him, "Good morrow, Mederic." "Good morrow, Monsieur le Maire." "I say, Mederic, I threw a letter into the box that I want back again. I came to ask you to give it back to me." "That's all right, Monsieur le Maire, you'll get it." And the postman raised his eyes. He stood petrified at the sight of Renardet's face. The mayor's cheeks were purple, his eyes were anxious and sunken, with black circles round them, his hair was unbrushed, his beard untrimmed, his necktie unfastened. It was evident that he had not been in bed. The postman asked, "Are you ill, Monsieur le Maire?" The other, suddenly comprehending that his appearance must be unusual, lost countenance and faltered. "Oh! No! No, only I jumped out of bed to ask you for this letter. I was asleep. You understand?" he said in reply. "What letter?" "The one you are going to give back to me." Mederic now began to hesitate. The mayor's attitude did not strike him as natural. There was perhaps a secret in that letter, a political secret. He knew Renardet was not a Republican, and he knew all the tricks and chicanery employed at elections. He asked, "To whom is it addressed, this letter of yours?" "To Monsieur Putoin, the magistrate, you know, my friend, Monsieur Putoin." The postman searched through the papers and found the one asked for. Then he began looking at it, turning it round and round between his fingers, much perplexed, much troubled by the fear of either committing a grave offense or of making an enemy of the mayor. Seeing his hesitation, Renardet made a movement for the purpose of seizing the letter and snatching it away from him. This abrupt action convinced Mederic that some important secret was at stake, and made him resolve to do his duty, cost what it may. So he flung the letter into his bag and fastened it up, with the reply, "No, I can't, Monsieur le Maire. As long as it is for the magistrate, I can't." A dreadful pang wrung Renardet's heart, and he murmured, "Why, you know me well. You are even able to recognize my handwriting. I tell you I want that paper. I can't. Look here, Mederic, you know that I'm incapable of deceiving you. I tell you I want it. No, I can't." A tremor of rage passed through Renardet's soul. "Damn it all, take care! You know that I never trifle and that I could get you out of your job, my good fellow, And without much delay either, and then, I am the mayor of the district, after all, and I now order you to give me back that paper. The postman answered firmly. No, I can't, Monsieur le Maire. Thereupon Renardet, losing his head, caught hold of the postman's arms in order to take away his bag, but freeing himself by a strong effort, and springing backward, the letter carrier raised his big holly stick. Without losing his temper, he said emphatically, Don't touch me, Monsieur le Maire, or I'll strike. Take care, I'm only doing my duty. Feeling that he was lost, Renardet suddenly became humble, gentle, appealing to him like a whimpering child. Look here, my friend, give me back that letter and I'll recompense you, I'll give you money. Stop! Stop! I'll give you 100 francs, you understand, 100 francs. The postman turned on his heel and started on his journey. Renardet followed him, out of breath, stammering. Médéric, listen! I'll give you 1,000 francs, you understand, 1,000 francs. The postman still went on without giving any answer. Renardet went on. I'll make your fortune, you understand, whatever you wish, 50,000 francs, 50,000 francs for that letter. What does it matter to you? You won't? Well, 100,000, I say, 100,000 francs. Do you understand? 100,000 francs, 100,000 francs. The postman turned back, his face hard, his eye severe. Enough of this, or else I'll repeat to the magistrate everything you have just said to me. Renardet stopped abruptly. It was all over. He turned back and rushed toward his house, running like a hunted animal. Then, in his turn, Médéric stopped and watched his flight with stupefaction. He saw the mayor re-enter his house, and he waited still, as if something astonishing were about to happen. In fact, presently the tall form of Renardet appeared on the summit of the Fox's Tower. He ran round the platform like a madman. Then he seized the flagstaff and shook it furiously without succeeding in breaking it. Then, all of a sudden, like a diver, with his 2 hands before him, he plunged into space. Médéric rushed forward to his assistance. He saw the woodcutters going to work and called out to them, telling them an accident had occurred. At the foot of the walls they found a bleeding body, its head crushed on a rock. The brindle surrounded this rock, and over its clear, calm waters could be seen a long red thread of mingled brains and blood. The donkey. There was not a breath of air stirring. A heavy mist was lying over the river. It was like a layer of cotton placed on the water. The banks themselves were indistinct, hidden behind strange fogs. But day was breaking and the hill was becoming visible. In the dawning light of day the plaster houses began to appear like white spots. Cocks were crowing in the barnyard. On the other side of the river, hidden behind the fogs, just opposite Fret, a slight noise from time to time broke the dead silence of the quiet morning. At times it was an indistinct plashing, like the cautious advance of a boat, then again a sharp noise like the rattle of an oar, and then the sound of something dropping in the water. Then silence. Sometimes whispered words, coming perhaps from a distance, perhaps from quite near, pierced through these opaque mists. They passed by like wild birds which have slept in the rushes and which fly away at the first light of day, crossing the mist and uttering a low and timid sound which wakes their brothers along the shores. Suddenly along the bank, near the village, a barely perceptible shadow appeared on the water. Then it grew, became more distinct, and coming out of the foggy curtain which hung over the river, a flatboat, manned by 2 men, pushed up on the grass. The one who was rowing rose and took a pailful of fish from the bottom of the boat, then he threw the dripping net over his shoulder. His companion, who had not made a motion, exclaimed, Say, Meloche, get your gun and see if we can't land some rabbit along the shore. The other one answered, All right. I'll be with you in a minute. Then he disappeared, in order to hide their catch. The man who had stayed in the boat slowly filled his pipe and lighted it. His name was Labouise, but he was called Chiquet, and was in partnership with Mélicon, commonly called Meloche, to practice the doubtful and undefined profession of junk gatherers along the shore. They were a low order of sailors and they navigated regularly only in the months of famine. The rest of the time they acted as junk gatherers, rowing about on the river day and night, watching for any prey, dead or alive, poachers on the water and nocturnal hunters, sometimes ambushing venison in the Saint-Germain forests, sometimes looking for drowned people and searching their clothes, picking up floating rags and empty bottles. Thus did La Bouillie and Meilacon live easily. At times they would set out on foot about noon and stroll along straight ahead. They would dine in some inn on the shore and leave again side by side. They would remain away for a couple of days. Then one morning they would be seen rowing about in the tub which they called their boat. At Gennevilliers or at Nogent some boatman would be looking for his boat, which had disappeared one night, probably stolen, while 20 or 30 miles from there, on the Oise, some shopkeeper would be rubbing his hands, congratulating himself on the bargain he had made when he bought a boat the day before for 50 francs, which 2 men offered him as they were passing. Meilacon reappeared with his gun wrapped up in rags. He was a man of 40 or 50, tall and thin, with the restless eye of people who are worried by legitimate troubles and of hunted animals. His open shirt showed his hairy chest, but he seemed never to have had any more hair on his face than a short brush of a mustache and a few stiff hairs under his lower lip. He was bald around the temples. When he took off the dirty cap that he wore, his scalp seemed to be covered with a fluffy down, like the body of a plucked chicken. Chiquet, on the contrary, was red, fat, short, and hairy. He looked like a raw beefsteak. He continually kept his left eye closed, as if he were aiming at something or at somebody, and when people jokingly cried to him, "Open your eye, La Bouillie," he would answer quietly, "Never fear, sister, I open it when there's cause to." He had a habit of calling everyone sister, even his scavenger companion. He took up the oars again, and once more the boat disappeared in the heavy mist, which was now turned snowy white in the pink-tinted sky. "What kind of lead did you take, Meilacon?" La Bouillie asked. "Very small, number 9, that's the best for rabbits." They were approaching the other shore so slowly, so quietly that no noise betrayed them. This bank belongs to the Saint-Germain forest, and is the boundary line for rabbit hunting. It is covered with burrows hidden under the roots of trees, and the creatures at daybreak frisk about, running in and out of the holes. Meilacon was kneeling in the bow, watching, his gun hidden on the floor. Suddenly he seized it, aimed, and the report echoed for some time throughout the quiet country. La Bouillie, in a few strokes, touched the beach, and his companion, jumping to the ground, picked up a little gray rabbit, not yet dead. Then the boat once more disappeared into the fog in order to get to the other side, where it could keep away from the game wardens. The 2 men seemed to be riding easily on the water. The weapon had disappeared under the board which served as a hiding place, and the rabbit was stuffed into Chiquet's loose shirt. After about a quarter of an hour, La Bouillie asked, "Well, sister, shall we get one more?" "It will suit me," Meilacon answered. The boat started swiftly down the current. The mist, which was hiding both shores, was beginning to rise. The trees could be barely perceived, as through a veil, and the little clouds of fog were floating up from the water. When they drew near the island, the end of which is opposite Herblay, the 2 men slackened their pace and began to watch. Soon a second rabbit was killed. Then they went down until they were halfway to Conflans. Here they stopped their boat, tied it to a tree, and went to sleep in the bottom of it. From time to time La Bouillie would sit up and look over the horizon with his open eye. The last of the morning mist had disappeared, and the large summer sun was climbing in the blue sky. On the other side of the river the vineyard-covered hill stretched out in a semicircle. One house stood out alone at the summit. Everything was silent. Something was moving slowly along the towpath, advancing with difficulty. It was a woman dragging a donkey. The stubborn, stiff-jointed beast occasionally stretched out a leg in answer to its companion's efforts, and it proceeded thus, with outstretched neck and ears lying flat, so slowly that one could not tell when it would ever be out of sight. The woman, bent double, was pulling, turning round occasionally to strike the donkey with a stick. As soon as he saw her, La Bouillie exclaimed, "Say, Meloche!" Meloche answered, "What's the matter? Want to have some fun?" "Of course." "Then hurry, sister, we're going to have a laugh." Chiquet took the oars. When he had crossed the river he stopped opposite the woman and called, "Hey, sister!" The woman stopped dragging her donkey and looked. La Bouillie continued, "What are you doing? Going to the locomotive show? The woman made no reply. Shikut continued. Say, your trotter's primed for a race. Where are you taking him at that speed? At last the woman answered. I'm going to Macquart, at Champiox, to have him killed. He's worthless. Labouisse answered. You're right. How much do you think Macquart will give you for him? The woman wiped her forehead on the back of her hand and hesitated, saying, How do I know? Perhaps 3 francs, perhaps 4. Shikut exclaimed. I'll give you 5 francs and your errand's done. How's that? The woman considered the matter for a second and then exclaimed, Done! The 2 men landed. Labouisse grasped the animal by the bridle. Meillican asked in surprise, What do you expect to do with that carcass? Shikut this time opened his other eye in order to express his gaiety. His whole red face was grinning with joy. He chuckled. Don't worry, sister. I've got my idea. He gave 5 francs to the woman, who then sat down by the road to see what was going to happen. Then Labouisse, in great humor, got the gun and held it out to Meillican, saying, Each one in turn, we're going after big game, sister. Don't get so near or you'll kill it right away. You must make the pleasure last a little. He placed his companion about 40 paces from the victim. The ass, feeling itself free, was trying to get a little of the tall grass, but it was so exhausted that it swayed on its legs as if it were about to fall. Meillican aimed slowly and said, A little pepper for the ears, watch, Giko! And he fired. The tiny shot struck the donkey's long ears and he began to shake them in order to get rid of the stinging sensation. The 2 men were doubled up with laughter and stamped their feet with joy. The woman, indignant, rushed forward. She did not want her donkey to be tortured, and she offered to return the 5 francs. Labouisse threatened her with a thrashing and pretended to roll up his sleeves. He had paid, hadn't he? Well, then, he would take a shot at her skirts, just to show that it didn't hurt. She went away, threatening to call the police. They could hear her protesting indignantly and cursing as she went her way. Meillican held out the gun to his comrade, saying, It's your turn, Shikut. Labouisse aimed and fired. The donkey received the charge in his thighs, but the shot was so small and came from such a distance that he thought he was being stung by flies, for he began to thrash himself with his tail. Labouisse sat down to laugh more comfortably, while Meillican reloaded the weapon, so happy that he seemed to sneeze into the barrel. He stepped forward a few paces, and aiming at the same place that his friend had shot at, he fired again. This time the beast started, tried to kick and turned its head. At last a little blood was running. It had been wounded and felt a sharp pain, for it tried to run away with a slow, limping, jerky gallop. Both men darted after the beast, Meillican with a long stride, Labouisse with the short, breathless trot of a little man. But the donkey, tired out, had stopped, and with a bewildered look, was watching his 2 murderers approach. Suddenly he stretched his neck and began to bray. Labouisse, out of breath, had taken the gun. This time he walked right up close, as he did not wish to begin the chase over again. When the poor beast had finished its mournful cry, like a last call for help, the man called, Hey, Meloche! Come here, sister, I'm going to give him some medicine. And while the other man was forcing the animal's mouth open, Shikut stuck the barrel of his gun down its throat, as if he were trying to make it drink a potion. Then he said, Look out, sister, here she goes! He pressed the trigger. The donkey stumbled back a few steps, fell down, tried to get up again and finally lay on its side and closed its eyes. The whole body was trembling, its legs were kicking as if it were trying to run. A stream of blood was oozing through its teeth. Soon it stopped moving. It was dead. The 2 men went along, laughing. It was over too quickly. They had not had their money's worth. Meillican asked, Well, what are we going to do now? Labouisse answered, Don't worry, sister. Get the thing on the boat. We're going to have some fun when night comes. They went and got the boat. The animal's body was placed on the bottom, covered with fresh grass, and the 2 men stretched out on it and went to sleep. Toward noon Labouisse drew a bottle of wine, some bread and butter and raw onions from a hiding place in their muddy, worm-eaten boat, and they began to eat. When the meal was over, they once more stretched out on the dead donkey and slept. At nightfall, Labouisse awoke and shook his comrade, who was snoring like a buzzsaw. "Come on, sister," he ordered. Meillican began to row. As they had plenty of time, they went up the Seine slowly. They coasted along the reaches covered with water lilies, and the heavy, mud-covered boat slipped over the lily pads and bent the flowers, which stood up again as soon as they had passed. When they reached the wall of the Éperon, which separates the Saint-Germain forest from the Maisons-Laffitte Park, Labouisse stopped his companion and explained his idea to him. Meillican was moved by a prolonged, silent laugh. They threw into the water the grass which had covered the body, took the animal by the feet, and hid it behind some bushes. Then they got into their boat again and went to Maisons-Laffitte. The night was perfectly black when they reached the wine shop of Old Man Jules. As soon as the dealer saw them, he came up, shook hands with them, and sat down at their table. They began to talk of one thing and another. By 11 o'clock the last customer had left, and Old Man Jules winked at Labouisse and asked, "Well, have you got any?" Labouisse made a motion with his head and answered, "Perhaps so, perhaps not." The dealer insisted, "Perhaps you've nothing but grey ones?" Chiquet dug his hands into his flannel shirt, drew out the ears of a rabbit, and declared, "3 francs a pair." Then began a long discussion about the price. 2 francs 65, and the 2 rabbits were delivered. As the 2 men were getting up to go, Old Man Jules, who had been watching them, exclaimed, "You have something else, but you won't say what." Labouisse answered, "Possibly, but it is not for you, you're too stingy." The man, growing eager, kept asking, "What is it? Something big? Perhaps we might make a deal." Labouisse, who seemed perplexed, pretended to consult Meillican with a glance. Then he answered in a slow voice, "This is how it is. We were in the bushes at Éperon when something passed right near us, to the left, at the end of the wall. Meloche takes a shot and it drops. We skipped on account of the game people. I can't tell you what it is, because I don't know. But it's big enough." "But what is it?" "If I told you I'd be lying, and you know, sister, between us everything's above board." Anxiously the man asked, "Think it's venison?" Labouisse answered, "Might be, and then again it might not. Venison? Might be a little big for that. Mind you, I don't say it's a doe, because I don't know, but it might be." Still the dealer insisted, "Perhaps it's a buck?" Labouisse stretched out his hand, exclaiming, "No, it's not that. It's not a buck. I should have seen the horns. No, it's not a buck." "Why didn't you bring it with you?" asked the man. "Because, sister, from now on I sell from where I stand, plenty of people will buy. All you have to do is to take a walk over there, find the thing and take it. No risk for me." The innkeeper, growing suspicious, exclaimed, "Supposing he wasn't there?" Labouisse once more raised his hand and said, "He's there, I swear, first bush to the left. What it is, I don't know. But it's not a buck, I'm positive. It's for you to find out what it is. 25 francs, cash down." Still the man hesitated. "Couldn't you bring it?" Meillican exclaimed, "No, indeed. You know our price. Take it or leave it." The dealer decided, "It's a bargain for 20 francs. And they shook hands over the deal. Then he took out 4 big 5-franc pieces from the cash drawer, and the 2 friends pocketed the money. Labouisse arose, emptied his glass, and left. As he was disappearing in the shadows, he turned round to exclaim, "It isn't a buck. I don't know what it is, but it's there. I'll give you back your money if you find nothing." And he disappeared in the darkness. Meillican, who was following him, kept punching him in the back to express his joy. Moiran. As we were still talking about Pranzini, M. Malheureux, who had been Attorney General under the Empire, said, "Oh, I formerly knew a very curious affair, curious for several reasons, as you will see. I was at that time Imperial Attorney in one of the provinces. I had to take up the case which has remained famous under the name of the Moiran case. Monsieur Moiran, who was a teacher in the north of France, enjoyed an excellent reputation throughout the whole country. He was a person of intelligence, quiet, very religious, a little taciturn. He had married in the district of Boislenot, where he exercised his profession. He had had 3 children, who had died of consumption, one after the other. From this time he seemed to bestow upon the youngsters confided to his care all the tenderness of his heart. With his own money he bought toys for his best scholars and for the good boys. He gave them little dinners and stuffed them with delicacies, candy and cakes. Everybody loved this good man with his big heart, when suddenly 5 of his pupils died, in a strange manner, one after the other. It was supposed that there was an epidemic due to the condition of the water, resulting from drought. They looked for the causes without being able to discover them, the more so that the symptoms were so peculiar. The children seemed to be attacked by a feeling of lassitude. They would not eat, they complained of pains in their stomachs, dragged along for a short time, and died in frightful suffering. A post-mortem examination was held over the last one, but nothing was discovered. The vitals were sent to Paris and analyzed, and they revealed the presence of no toxic substance. For a year nothing new developed. Then 2 little boys, the best scholars in the class, Moirin's favorites, died within 4 days of each other. An examination of the bodies was again ordered, and in both of them were discovered tiny fragments of crushed glass. The conclusion arrived at was that the 2 youngsters must imprudently have eaten from some carelessly cleaned receptacle. A glass broken over a pail of milk could have produced this frightful accident, and the affair would have been pushed no further if Moirin's servant had not been taken sick at this time. The physician who was called in noticed the same symptoms he had seen in the children. He questioned her and obtained the admission that she had stolen and eaten some candies that had been bought by the teacher for his scholars. On an order from the court the schoolhouse was searched, and a closet was found which was full of toys and dainties destined for the children. Almost all these delicacies contained bits of crushed glass or pieces of broken needles. Moirin was immediately arrested, but he seemed so astonished and indignant at the suspicion hanging over him that he was almost released. However, indications of his guilt kept appearing, and baffled in my mind my first conviction, based on his excellent reputation, on his whole life, on the complete absence of any motive for such a crime. Why should this good, simple, religious man have killed little children, and the very children whom he seemed to love the most, whom he spoiled and stuffed with sweet things, for whom he spent half his salary in buying toys and bonbons? One must consider him insane to believe him guilty of this act. Now, Moirin seemed so normal, so quiet, so rational and sensible that it seemed impossible to adjudge him insane. However, the proofs kept growing. In none of the candies that were bought at the places where the schoolmaster secured his provisions could the slightest trace of anything suspicious be found. He then insisted that an unknown enemy must have opened his cupboard with a false key in order to introduce the glass and the needles into the eatables. And he made up a whole story of an inheritance dependent on the death of a child, determined on and sought by some peasant, and promoted thus by casting suspicions on the schoolmaster. This brute, he claimed, did not care about the other children who were forced to die as well. The story was possible. The man appeared to be so sure of himself and in such despair that we should undoubtedly have acquitted him, notwithstanding the charges against him, if 2 crushing discoveries had not been made, one after the other. The first one was a snuff-box full of crushed glass, his own snuff-box, hidden in the desk where he kept his money. He explained this new find in an acceptable manner, as the ruse of the real unknown criminal. But a mercer from St. Marlef came to the presiding judge and said that a gentleman had several times come to his store to buy some needles, and he always asked for the thinnest needles he could find, and would break them to see whether they pleased him. The man was brought forward in the presence of a dozen or more persons, and immediately recognized Moirin. The inquest revealed that the schoolmaster had indeed gone into St. Marlef on the days mentioned by the tradesman. I will pass over the terrible testimony of children on the choice of dainties and the care which he took to have them eat the things in his presence, and to remove the slightest traces. Public indignation demanded capital punishment, and it became more and more insistent, overturning all objections. Moirin was condemned to death, and his appeal was rejected. Nothing was left for him but the imperial pardon. I knew through my father that the emperor would not grant it. One morning, as I was working in my study, the visit of the prison almoner was announced. He was an old priest who knew men well and understood the habits of criminals. He seemed troubled, ill at ease, nervous. After talking for a few minutes about one thing and another, he arose and said suddenly, "If Moiron is executed, monsieur, you will have put an innocent man to death." Then he left without bowing, leaving me behind with the deep impression made by his words. He had pronounced them in such a sincere and solemn manner, opening those lips, closed and sealed by the secret of confession, in order to save a life. An hour later I left for Paris, and my father immediately asked that I be granted an audience with the Emperor. The following day I was received. His Majesty was working in a little reception room when we were introduced. I described the whole case, and I was just telling about the priest's visit when a door opened behind the sovereign's chair and the Empress, who supposed he was alone, appeared. His Majesty, Napoleon, consulted her. As soon as she had heard the matter, she exclaimed, "This man must be pardoned. He must, since he is innocent." Why did this sudden conviction of a religious woman cast a terrible doubt in my mind? Until then I had ardently desired a change of sentence. And now I suddenly felt myself the toy, the dupe of a cunning criminal who had employed the priest and confession as a last means of defense. I explained my hesitancy to their Majesties. The Emperor remained undecided, urged on one side by his natural kindness and held back on the other by the fear of being deceived by a criminal. But the Empress, who was convinced that the priest had obeyed a divine inspiration, kept repeating, "Never mind. It is better to spare a criminal than to kill an innocent man." Her advice was taken. The death sentence was commuted to one of hard labor. A few years later I heard that Moiron had again been called to the Emperor's attention on account of his exemplary conduct in the prison at Toulon, and was now employed as a servant by the director of the penitentiary. For a long time I heard nothing more of this man. But about 2 years ago, while I was spending a summer near Lille with my cousin, de Lariel, I was informed one evening, just as we were sitting down to dinner, that a young priest wished to speak to me. I had him shown in and he begged me to come to a dying man who desired absolutely to see me. This had often happened to me in my long career as a magistrate, and although I had been set aside by the Republic, I was still often called upon in similar circumstances. I therefore followed the priest, who led me to a miserable little room in a large tenement house. There I found a strange-looking man on a bed of straw, sitting with his back against the wall, in order to get his breath. He was a sort of skeleton, with dark, gleaming eyes. As soon as he saw me, he murmured, "Don't you recognize me?" "No. I am Moiron." I felt a shiver run through me, and I asked the schoolmaster? "Yes. How do you happen to be here?" "The story is too long. I haven't time to tell it. I was going to die, and that priest was brought to me, and as I knew that you were here I sent for you. It is to you that I wish to confess, since you were the one who once saved my life." His hands clutched the straw of his bed through the sheet, and he continued in a hoarse, forcible and low tone, "You see, I owe you the truth. I owe it to you, for it must be told to someone before I leave this earth. It is I who killed the children, all of them. I did it, for revenge. Listen. I was an honest, straightforward, pure man, adoring God, this good Father, this Master who teaches us to love, and not the false God, the executioner, the robber, the murderer who governs the earth. I had never done any harm. I had never committed an evil act. I was as good as it is possible to be, monsieur. I married and had children, and I loved them as no father or mother ever loved their children. I lived only for them. I was wild about them. All 3 of them died. Why? Why? What had I done? I was rebellious, furious, and suddenly my eyes were opened as if I were waking up out of a sleep. I understood that God is bad. Why had He killed my children? I opened my eyes and saw that He loves to kill. He loves only that, monsieur. He gives life but to destroy it. God, monsieur, is a murderer. He needs death every day. And He makes it of every variety, in order the better to be amused. He has invented sickness and accidents in order to give him diversion all through the months and the years, and when he grows tired of this, he has epidemics, the plague, cholera, diphtheria, smallpox, everything possible. But this does not satisfy him. All these things are too similar, and so from time to time he has wars, in order to see 200,000 soldiers killed at once, crushed in blood and in the mud, blown apart, their arms and legs torn off, their heads smashed by bullets, like eggs that fall on the ground. But this is not all. He has made men who eat each other. And then, as men become better than he has made beasts, in order to see men hunt them, kill them and eat them. That is not all. He has made tiny little animals which live one day, flies who die by the millions in 1 hour, ants which we are continually crushing under our feet, and so many, many others that we cannot even imagine. And all these things are continually killing each other and dying. And the good Lord looks on and is amused, for he sees everything, the big ones as well as the little ones, those who are in the drops of water and those in the other firmaments. He watches them and is amused. Wretch! Then, monsieur, I began to kill children. I played a trick on him. He did not get those. It was not he, but I. And I would have killed many others, but you caught me. There. I was to be executed. How he would have laughed! Then I asked for a priest, and I lied. I confessed to him. I lied and I lived. Now, all is over. I can no longer escape from him. I no longer fear him, monsieur. I despise him too much. This poor wretch was frightful to see as he lay there gasping, opening an enormous mouth in order to utter words which could scarcely be heard, his breath rattling, picking at his bed and moving his thin legs under a grimy sheet as though trying to escape. Oh! The mere remembrance of it is frightful. You have nothing more to say? I asked. No, monsieur. Then farewell. Farewell, monsieur, till some day. I turned to the ashen-faced priest, whose dark outline stood out against the wall, and asked, Are you going to stay here, monsieur l'Abbé? Yes. Then the dying man sneered, Yes, yes, he sends his vultures to the corpses. I had had enough of this. I opened the door and ran away. The dispenser of holy water. He lived formerly in a little house beside the high road outside the village. He had set up in business as a wheelwright, after marrying the daughter of a farmer of the neighborhood, and as they were both industrious, they managed to save up a nice little fortune. But they had no children, and this caused them great sorrow. Finally a son was born, whom they named Jean. They both loved and petted him, enfolding him with their affection, and were unwilling to let him be out of their sight. When he was 5 years old, some mountebanks passed through the country and set up their tent in the town hall square. Jean, who had seen them pass by, made his escape from the house, and after his father had made a long search for him, he found him among the learned goats and trick dogs, uttering shouts of laughter and sitting on the knees of an old clown. 3 days later, just as they were sitting down to dinner, the wheelwright and his wife noticed that their son was not in the house. They looked for him in the garden, and as they did not find him, his father went out into the road and shouted at the top of his voice, Jean! Night came on. A brown vapor arose, making distant objects look still farther away and giving them a dismal, weird appearance. 3 tall pines, close at hand, seemed to be weeping. Still there was no reply, but the air appeared to be full of indistinct sighing. The father listened for some time, thinking he heard a sound first in one direction, then in another, and almost beside himself, he ran out into the night, calling incessantly, Jean! Jean! He ran along thus until daybreak, filling the darkness with his shouts, terrifying stray animals, torn by a terrible anguish and fearing that he was losing his mind. His wife, seated on the stone step of their home, sobbed until morning. They did not find their son. They both aged rapidly in their inconsolable sorrow. Finally they sold their house and set out to search together. They inquired of the shepherds on the hillsides, of the tradesmen passing by, of the peasants in the villages and of the authorities in the towns. But their boy had been lost a long time and no one knew anything about him. He had probably forgotten his own name by this time and also the name of his village, and his parents wept in silence, having lost hope. Before long their money came to an end, and they worked out by the day in the farms and inns, doing the most menial work, eating what was left from the tables, sleeping on the ground and suffering from cold. Then, as they became enfeebled by hard work, no one would employ them any longer, and they were forced to beg along the high roads. They accosted passers-by in an entreating voice and with sad, discouraged faces. They begged a morsel of bread from the harvesters who were dining around a tree in the fields at noon, and they ate in silence seated on the edge of a ditch. An innkeeper to whom they told their story said to them one day, "I know someone who had lost their daughter, and they found her in Paris." They at once set out for Paris. When they entered the great city, they were bewildered by its size and by the crowds that they saw. But they knew that Jean must be in the midst of all these people, though they did not know how to set about looking for him. Then they feared that they might not recognize him, for he was only 5 years old when they last saw him. They visited every place, went through all the streets, stopping whenever they saw a group of people, hoping for some providential meeting, some extraordinary luck, some compassionate fate. They frequently walked at haphazard straight ahead, leaning one against the other, looking so sad and poverty-stricken that people would give them alms without their asking. They spent every Sunday at the doors of the churches, watching the crowds entering and leaving, trying to distinguish among the faces one that might be familiar. Several times they thought they recognized him, but always found they had made a mistake. In the vestibule of one of the churches which they visited the most frequently there was an old dispenser of holy water who had become their friend. He also had a very sad history, and their sympathy for him had established a bond of close friendship between them. It ended by them all three living together in a poor lodging on the top floor of a large house situated at some distance, quite on the outskirts of the city, and the wheelwright would sometimes take his new friend's place at the church when the latter was ill. Winter came, a very severe winter. The poor holy water sprinkler died, and the parish priest appointed the wheelwright, whose misfortunes had come to his knowledge, to replace him. He went every morning and sat in the same place, on the same chair, wearing away the old stone pillar by continually leaning against it. He would gaze steadily at every man who entered the church and looked forward to Sunday with as much impatience as a schoolboy, for on that day the church was filled with people from morning till night. He became very old, growing weaker each day from the dampness of the church, and his hope oozed away gradually. He now knew by sight all the people who came to the services. He knew their hours, their manners, could distinguish their step on the stone pavement. His interests had become so contracted that the entrance of a stranger in the church was for him a great event. One day 2 ladies came in. One was old, the other young, a mother and daughter probably. Behind them came a man who was following them. He bowed to them as they came out, and after offering them some holy water, he took the arm of the elder lady. "That must be the fiancé of the younger one," thought the wheelwright. And until evening he kept trying to recall where he had formerly seen a young man who resembled this one. But the one he was thinking of must be an old man by this time, for it seemed as if he had known him down home in his youth. The same man frequently came again to walk home with the ladies, and this vague, distant, familiar resemblance which he could not place worried the old man so much that he made his wife come with him to see if she could help his impaired memory. One evening as it was growing dusk the 3 strangers entered together. When they had passed the old man said, "Well, do you know him?" His wife anxiously tried to ransack her memory. Suddenly she said in a low tone, Yes, but he is darker, taller, stouter, and is dressed like a gentleman. But, father, all the same, it is your face when you were young." The old man started violently. It was true. He looked like himself and also like his brother who was dead, and like his father, whom he remembered while he was yet young. The old couple were so affected that they could not speak. The 3 persons came out and were about to leave the church. The man touched his finger to the holy water sprinkler. Then the old man, whose hand was trembling so that he was fairly sprinkling the ground with holy water, exclaimed, "Jean!" The young man stopped and looked at him. He repeated in a lower tone, "Jean!" The 2 women looked at them without understanding. He then said for the 3rd time, sobbing as he did so, "Jean!" The man stooped down, with his face close to the old man's, and as a memory of his childhood dawned on him he replied, "Papa Pierre, Mama Jean!" He had forgotten everything, his father's surname, and the name of his native place, but he always remembered those two words that he had so often repeated. Papa Pierre, Mama Jean. He sank to the floor, his face on the old man's knees, and he wept, kissing now his father and then his mother, while they were almost breathless from intense joy. The two ladies also wept, understanding as they did that some great happiness had come to pass. Then they all went to the young man's house, and he told them his history. The circus people had carried him off. For 3 years he traveled with them in various countries. Then the troupe disbanded, and one day an old lady in a chateau had paid to have him stay with her because she liked his appearance. As he was intelligent, he was sent to school, then to college, and the old lady, having no children, had left him all her money. He, for his part, had tried to find his parents, but as he could remember only the two names, Papa Pierre, Mama Jean, he had been unable to do so. Now he was about to be married, and he introduced his fiancée, who was very good and very pretty. When the two old people had told their story in their turn, he kissed them once more. They sat up very late that night, not daring to retire lest the happiness they had so long sought should escape them again while they were asleep. But misfortune had lost its hold on them, and they were happy for the rest of their lives. A parricide. The lawyer had presented a plea of insanity. How could anyone explain this strange crime otherwise? One morning, in the grass near Chatou, 2 bodies had been found, a man and a woman, well known, rich, no longer young and married since the preceding year, the woman having been a widow for 3 years before. They were not known to have enemies. They had not been robbed. They seemed to have been thrown from the roadside into the river, after having been struck, one after the other, with a long iron spike. The investigation revealed nothing. The boatman, who had been questioned, knew nothing. The matter was about to be given up, when a young carpenter from a neighboring village, Georges Louis, nicknamed the Bourgeois, gave himself up. To all questions he only answered this: I had known the man for 2 years, the woman for 6 months. They often had me repair old furniture for them, because I am a clever workman. And when he was asked, Why did you kill them? He would obstinately answer, I killed them because I wanted to kill them. They could get nothing more out of him. This man was undoubtedly an illegitimate child, put out to nurse and then abandoned. He had no other name than Georges Louis, but as on growing up he became particularly intelligent, with the good taste and native refinement which his acquaintances did not have, he was nicknamed the Bourgeois, and he was never called otherwise. He had become remarkably clever in the trade of a carpenter, which he had taken up. He was also said to be a socialist fanatic, a believer in communistic and nihilistic doctrines, a great reader of bloodthirsty novels, an influential political agitator, and a clever orator in the public meetings of workmen or of farmers. His lawyer had pleaded insanity. Indeed, how could one imagine that this workman should kill his best customers, rich and generous, as he knew, who in 2 years had enabled him to earn 3,000 francs? His books showed it. Only one explanation could be offered: insanity, the fixed idea of the unclassed individual who wreaks vengeance on tout bourgeois, on all the bourgeoisie, and the lawyer made a clever allusion to this nickname of the Bourgeois, given throughout the neighborhood to this poor wretch. He exclaimed, Is this irony not enough to unbalance the mind of this poor wretch, who has neither father nor mother? He is an ardent Republican. What am I saying? He even belongs to the same political party, the members of which, formerly shot or exiled by the government, it now welcomes with open arms this party to which arson is a principal and murder an ordinary occurrence. These gloomy doctrines, now applauded in public meetings, have ruined this man. He has heard Republicans, even women, yes, women, ask for the blood of M. Gambetta, the blood of M. Greedy. His weakened mind gave way. He wanted blood, the blood of a bourgeois. It is not he whom you should condemn, gentlemen, it is the Commune. Everywhere could be heard murmurs of assent. Everyone felt that the lawyer had won his case. The prosecuting attorney did not oppose him. Then the presiding judge asked the accused the customary question: Prisoner, is there anything that you wish to add to your defense? The man stood up. He was a short, flaxen blonde, with calm, clear gray eyes. A strong, frank, sonorous voice came from this frail-looking boy and, at the first words, quickly changed the opinion which had been formed of him. He spoke loud in a declamatory manner, but so distinctly that every word could be understood in the farthest corners of the big hall. Your Honor, as I do not wish to go to an insane asylum, and as I even prefer death to that, I will tell everything. I killed this man and this woman because they were my parents. Now listen and judge me. A woman, having given birth to a boy, sent him out, somewhere, to a nurse. Did she even know where her accomplice carried this innocent little being, condemned to eternal misery, to the shame of an illegitimate birth, to more than that, to death, since he was abandoned and the nurse, no longer receiving the monthly pension, might, as they often do, let him die of hunger and neglect? The woman who nursed me was honest, better, more noble, more of a mother than my own mother. She brought me up. She did wrong in doing her duty. It is more humane to let them die, these little wretches who are cast away in suburban villages just as garbage is thrown away. I grew up with the indistinct impression that I was carrying some burden of shame. One day the other children called me a b-. They did not know the meaning of this word, which one of them had heard at home. I was also ignorant of its meaning, but I felt the sting all the same. I was, I may say, one of the cleverest boys in the school. I would have been a good man, Your Honor, perhaps a man of superior intellect, if my parents had not committed the crime of abandoning me. This crime was committed against me. I was the victim, they were the guilty ones. I was defenseless, they were pitiless. Their duty was to love me, they rejected me. I owed them life, but is life a boon? To me, at any rate, it was a misfortune. After their shameful desertion, I owed them only vengeance. They committed against me the most inhuman, the most infamous, the most monstrous crime which can be committed against a human creature. A man who has been insulted strikes. A man who has been robbed takes back his own by force. A man who has been deceived, played upon, tortured kills. A man who has been slapped kills. A man who has been dishonored kills. I have been robbed, deceived, tortured, morally slapped, dishonored, all this to a greater degree than those whose anger you excuse. I revenged myself, I killed. It was my legitimate right. I took their happy life in exchange for the terrible one which they had forced on me. You will call me parricide. Were these people my parents, for whom I was an abominable burden, a terror, an infamous shame, for whom my birth was a calamity and my life a threat of disgrace? They sought a selfish pleasure, they got an unexpected child. They suppressed the child. My turn came to do the same for them. And yet, up to quite recently, I was ready to love them. As I have said, this man, my father, came to me for the first time 2 years ago. I suspected nothing. He ordered 2 pieces of furniture. I found out, later on, that, under the seal of secrecy, naturally, he had sought information from the priest. He returned often. He gave me a lot of work and paid me well. Sometimes he would even talk to me of one thing or another. I felt a growing affection for him. At the beginning of this year he brought with him his wife, my mother. When she entered she was trembling so that I thought her to be suffering from some nervous disease. Then she asked for a seat and a glass of water. She said nothing, she looked around abstractedly at my work and only answered yes and no, at random, to all the questions which he asked her. When she had left I thought her a little unbalanced. The following month they returned. She was calm, self-controlled. That day they chatted for a long time, and they left me a rather large order. I saw her 3 more times, without suspecting anything. But one day she began to talk to me of my life, of my childhood, of my parents. I answered, Madam, my parents were wretches who deserted me. Then she clutched at her heart and fell unconscious. I immediately thought, she is my mother, but I took care not to let her notice anything. I wished to observe her. I, in turn, sought out information about them. I learned that they had been married since last July, my mother having been a widow for only 3 years. There had been rumors that they had loved each other during the lifetime of the first husband, but there was no proof of it. I was the proof, the proof which they had at first hidden and then hoped to destroy. I waited. She returned one evening, escorted as usual by my father. That day she seemed deeply moved, I don't know why. Then, as she was leaving, she said to me, "I wish you success, because you seem to me to be honest and a hard worker. Some day you will undoubtedly think of getting married. I have come to help you to choose freely the woman who may suit you. I was married against my inclination once, and I know what suffering it causes. Now I am rich, childless, free, mistress of my fortune. Here is your dowry." She held out to me a large, sealed envelope. I looked her straight in the eyes and then said, "Are you my mother?" She drew back a few steps and hid her face in her hands so as not to see me. He, the man, my father, supported her in his arms and cried out to me, "You must be crazy!" I answered, "Not in the least. I know that you are my parents. I cannot be thus deceived. Admit it, and I will keep the secret. I will bear you no ill will. I will remain what I am, a carpenter." He retreated towards the door, still supporting his wife who was beginning to sob. Quickly I locked the door, put the key in my pocket, and continued, "Look at her and dare to deny that she is my mother." Then he flew into a passion, very pale, terrified at the thought that the scandal, which had so far been avoided, might suddenly break out, that their position, their good name, their honor might all at once be lost. He stammered out, "You are a rascal, you wish to get money from us. That's the thanks we get for trying to help such common people." My mother, bewildered, kept repeating, "Let's get out of here, let's get out." Then, when he found the door locked, he exclaimed, "If you do not open this door immediately, I will have you thrown into prison for blackmail and assault." I had remained calm. I opened the door and saw them disappear in the darkness. Then I seemed to have been suddenly orphaned, deserted, pushed to the wall. I was seized with an overwhelming sadness, mingled with anger, hatred, disgust. My whole being seemed to rise up in revolt against the injustice, the meanness, the dishonor, the rejected love. I began to run, in order to overtake them along the Seine, which they had to follow in order to reach the station of Chaton. I soon caught up with them. It was now pitch dark. I was creeping up behind them softly, that they might not hear me. My mother was still crying. My father was saying, "It's all your own fault. Why did you wish to see him?" It was absurd in our position. We could have helped him from afar, without showing ourselves. Of what use are these dangerous visits, since we can't recognize him? Then I rushed up to them, beseeching. I cried, "You see! You are my parents. You have already rejected me once. Would you repulse me again?" "Then, your honor," he struck me. "I swear it on my honor, before the law and my country." He struck me, and as I seized him by the collar, he drew from his pocket a revolver. The blood rushed to my head. I no longer knew what I was doing. I had my compass in my pocket. I struck him with it as often as I could. Then she began to cry, "Help! Murder!" and to pull my beard. It seems that I killed her also. How do I know what I did then? Then, when I saw them both lying on the ground, without thinking, I threw them into the Seine. That's all. Now sentence me. The prisoners sat down. After this revelation, the case was carried over to the following session. It comes up very soon. If we were jurymen, what would we do with this parricide? Bertha. Dr. Bonnet, my old friend, one sometimes has friends older than one's self, had often invited me to spend some time with him at Rheims, and, as I did not know Auvergne, I made up my mind to visit him in the summer of 1876. I arrived by the morning train, and the first person I saw on the platform was the doctor. He was dressed in a gray suit, and wore a soft, black, wide-brimmed, high-crowned felt hat, narrow at the top like a chimney pot, a hat which hardly anyone except an Auvergnat would wear, and which reminded one of a charcoal burner. Dressed like that, the doctor had the appearance of an old young man, with his spare body under his thin coat, and his large head covered with white hair. He embraced me with that evident pleasure which country people feel when they meet long-expected friends, and stretching out his arm, he said proudly, "This is Auvergne." I saw nothing before me except a range of mountains, whose summits, which resembled truncated cones, must have been extinct volcanoes. Then, pointing to the name of the station, he said, Ryam, the fatherland of magistrates, the pride of the magistracy, and which ought rather to be the fatherland of doctors. Why? I asked. Why? He replied with a laugh. If you transpose the letters, you have the Latin word mori, to die. That is the reason why I settled here, my young friend. And, delighted at his own joke, he carried me off, rubbing his hands. As soon as I had swallowed a cup of coffee, he made me go and see the town. I admired the druggist's house, and the other noted houses, which were all black, but as pretty as bric-a-brac, with their facades of sculptured stone. I admired the statue of the Virgin, the patroness of butchers, and he told me an amusing story about this, which I will relate some other time, and then Dr. Bonnet said to me, I must beg you to excuse me for a few minutes while I go and see a patient, and then I will take you to Château Guyon, so as to show you the general aspect of the town, and all the mountain chain of the Puy-de-Dôme before lunch. You can wait for me outside. I shall only go upstairs and come down immediately. He left me outside one of those old, gloomy, silent, melancholy houses, which one sees in the provinces, and this one appeared to look particularly sinister, and I soon discovered the reason. All the large windows on the first floor were boarded halfway up. The upper part of them alone could be opened, as if one had wished to prevent the people who were locked up in that huge stone box from looking into the street. When the doctor came down again, I told him how it struck me, and he replied, You are quite right. The poor creature who is living there must never see what is going on outside. She is a madwoman, or rather an idiot, what you Normans would call a niente. It is a miserable story, but a very singular pathological case at the same time. Shall I tell you? I begged him to do so, and he continued. 20 years ago the owners of this house, who were my patients, had a daughter who was like all other girls, but I soon discovered that while her body became admirably developed, her intellect remained stationary. She began to walk very early, but she could not talk. At first I thought she was deaf, but I soon discovered that, although she heard perfectly, she did not understand anything that was said to her. Violent noises made her start and frightened her, without her understanding how they were caused. She grew up into a superb woman, but she was dumb from an absolute want of intellect. I tried all means to introduce a gleam of intelligence into her brain, but nothing succeeded. I thought I noticed that she knew her nurse, though as soon as she was weaned, she failed to recognize her mother. She could never pronounce that word which is the first that children utter and the last which soldiers murmur when they are dying on the field of battle. She sometimes tried to talk, but she produced nothing but incoherent sounds. When the weather was fine, she laughed continually, and emitted low cries which might be compared to the twittering of birds. When it rained she cried and moaned in a mournful, terrifying manner, which sounded like the howling of a dog before a death occurs in a house. She was fond of rolling on the grass, as young animals do, and of running about madly, and she would clap her hands every morning, when the sun shone into her room, and would insist, by signs, on being dressed as quickly as possible, so that she might get out. She did not appear to distinguish between people, between her mother and her nurse, or between her father and me, or between the coachman and the cook. I particularly liked her parents, who were very unhappy on her account, and went to see them nearly every day. I dined with them quite frequently, which enabled me to remark that Bertha, they had called her Bertha, seemed to recognize the various dishes, and to prefer some to others. At that time she was 12 years old, but as fully formed in figure as a girl of 18, and taller than I was. Then the idea struck me of developing her greediness, and by this means of cultivating some slight power of discrimination in her mind, and to force her, by the diversity of flavors, if not to reason, at any rate to arrive at instinctive distinctions, which would of themselves constitute a kind of process that was necessary to thought. Later on, by appealing to her passions, and by carefully making use of those which could serve our purpose, we might hope to obtain a kind of reaction on her intellect, and by degrees increase the unconscious action of her brain. One day I put 2 plates before her, one of soup, and the other of very sweet vanilla cream. I made her taste each of them successively, and then I let her choose for herself, and she ate the plate of cream. In a short time I made her very greedy, so greedy that it appeared as if the only idea she had in her head was the desire for eating. She perfectly recognized the various dishes, and stretched out her hands toward those that she liked, and took hold of them eagerly, and she used to cry when they were taken from her. Then I thought I would try and teach her to come to the dining room when the dinner bell rang. It took a long time, but I succeeded in the end. In her vacant intellect a vague correlation was established between sound and taste, a correspondence between the two senses, an appeal from one to the other, and consequently a sort of connection of ideas, if one can call that kind of instinctive hyphen between two organic functions an idea, and so I carried my experiments further, and taught her, with much difficulty, to recognize meal times by the clock. It was impossible for me for a long time to attract her attention to the hands, but I succeeded in making her remark the clockwork and the striking apparatus. The means I employed were very simple. I asked them not to have the bell rung for lunch, and everybody got up and went into the dining room when the little brass hammer struck 12 o'clock, but I found great difficulty in making her learn to count the strokes. She ran to the door each time she heard the clock strike, but by degrees she learned that all the strokes had not the same value as far as regarded meals, and she frequently fixed her eyes, guided by her ears, on the dial of the clock. When I noticed that, I took care every day at 12, and at 6 o'clock, to place my fingers on the figures 12 and 6, as soon as the moment she was waiting for had arrived, and I soon noticed that she attentively followed the motion of the small brass hands, which I had often turned in her presence. She had understood. Perhaps I ought rather to say that she had grasped the idea. I had succeeded in getting the knowledge, or rather the sensation, of the time into her, just as is the case with carp, who certainly have no clocks, when they are fed every day exactly at the same time. When once I had obtained that result, all the clocks and watches in the house occupied her attention almost exclusively. She spent her time in looking at them, listening to them, and in waiting for meal time, and once something very funny happened. The striking apparatus of a pretty little Louis XVI clock that hung at the head of her bed having got out of order, she noticed it. She sat for 20 minutes with her eyes on the hands, waiting for it to strike 10, but when the hands passed the figures she was astonished at not hearing anything. So stupefied was she, indeed, that she sat down, no doubt overwhelmed by a feeling of violent emotion such as attacks us in the face of some terrible catastrophe. And she had the wonderful patience to wait until 11 o'clock in order to see what would happen, and as she naturally heard nothing, she was suddenly either seized with a wild fit of rage at having been deceived and imposed upon by appearances, or else overcome by that fear which some frightened creature feels at some terrible mystery, and by the furious impatience of a passionate individual who meets with some obstacle. She took up the tongs from the fireplace and struck the clock so violently that she broke it to pieces in a moment. It was evident, therefore, that her brain did act and calculate, obscurely it is true, and within very restricted limits, for I could never succeed in making her distinguish persons as she distinguished the time, and to stir her intellect, it was necessary to appeal to her passions, in the material sense of the word, and we soon had another, and alas, a very terrible proof of this. She had grown up into a splendid girl, a perfect type of a race, a sort of lovely and stupid Venus. She was 16, and I have rarely seen such perfection of form, such suppleness, and such regular features. I said she was a Venus, yes, a fair, stout, vigorous Venus, with large, bright, vacant eyes, which were as blue as the flowers of the flax plant. She had a large mouth with full lips, the mouth of a glutton, of a sensualist, a mouth made for kisses. Well, one morning her father came into my consulting room with a strange look on his face, and sitting down without even replying to my greeting, he said, "I want to speak to you about a very serious matter. Would it be possible for Bertha to marry?" "Bertha to marry? Why, it is quite impossible." "Yes, I know, he replied. "But reflect, doctor. Don't you think, perhaps, we hoped, if she had children, it would be a great shock to her, but a great happiness, and who knows whether maternity might not rouse her intellect?" I was in a state of great perplexity. He was right, and it was possible that such a new situation, and that wonderful instinct of maternity, which beats in the hearts of the lower animals as it does in the heart of a woman, which makes the hen fly at a dog's jaws to defend her chickens, might bring about a revolution, an utter change in her vacant mind, and set the motionless mechanism of her thoughts in motion. And then, moreover, I immediately remembered a personal instance. Some years previously I had owned a spaniel bitch who was so stupid that I could do nothing with her, but when she had had puppies she became, if not exactly intelligent, yet almost like many other dogs who had not been thoroughly broken. As soon as I foresaw the possibility of this, the wish to get Bertha married grew in me, not so much out of friendship for her and her poor parents as from scientific curiosity. What would happen? It was a singular problem. I said in reply to her father. Perhaps you are right. You might make the attempt, but you will never find a man to consent to marry her. I have found somebody, he said, in a low voice. I was dumbfounded, and said, somebody really suitable? Someone of your own rank and position in society? Decidedly, he replied. Oh! And may I ask his name? I came on purpose to tell you, and to consult you. It is Monsieur Gaston du Bois de Lucelles. I felt inclined to exclaim, the wretch, but I held my tongue, and after a few moments' silence I said, Oh! Very good. I see nothing against it. The poor man shook me heartily by the hand. She is to be married next month, he said. Monsieur Gaston du Bois de Lucelles was a scapegrace of good family, who, after having spent all that he had inherited from his father, and having incurred debts in all kinds of doubtful ways, had been trying to discover some other means of obtaining money, and he had discovered this method. He was a good-looking young fellow, and in capital health, but fast, one of that odious race of provincial fast men, and he appeared to me to be as suitable as anyone, and could be got rid of later by making him an allowance. He came to the house to pay his addresses and to strut about before the idiot girl, who, however, seemed to please him. He brought her flowers, kissed her hands, sat at her feet, and looked at her with affectionate eyes, but she took no notice of any of his attentions, and did not make any distinction between him and the other persons who were about her. However, the marriage took place, and you may guess how my curiosity was aroused. I went to see Bertha the next day to try and discover from her looks whether any feelings had been awakened in her, but I found her just the same as she was every day, wholly taken up with the clock and dinner, while he, on the contrary, appeared really in love, and tried to rouse his wife's spirits and affection by little endearments and such caresses as one bestows on a kitten. He could think of nothing better. I called upon the married couple pretty frequently, and I soon perceived that the young woman knew her husband, and gave him those eager looks which she had hitherto only bestowed on sweet dishes. She followed his movements, knew his step on the stairs or in the neighboring rooms, clapped her hands when he came in, and her face was changed and brightened by the flames of profound happiness and of desire. She loved him with her whole body and with all her soul to the very depths of her poor, weak soul, and with all her heart, that poor heart of some grateful animal. It was really a delightful and innocent picture of simple passion, of carnal and yet modest passion, such as nature had implanted in mankind, before man had complicated and disfigured it by all the various shades of sentiment. But he soon grew tired of this ardent, beautiful, dumb creature, and did not spend more than an hour during the day with her, thinking it sufficient if he came home at night, and she began to suffer in consequence. She used to wait for him from morning till night with her eyes on the clock. She did not even look after the meals now, for he took all his away from home, Claremont, Châtel-Guyon, Royat, no matter where, as long as he was not obliged to come home. She began to grow thin. Every other thought, every other wish, every other expectation, and every confused hope disappeared from her mind, and the hours during which she did not see him became hours of terrible suffering to her. Soon he ceased to come home regularly of nights. He spent them with women at the casino at Royat, and did not come home until daybreak. But she never went to bed before he returned. She remained sitting motionless in an easy chair, with her eyes fixed on the hands of the clock, which turned so slowly and regularly round the china face on which the hours were painted. She heard the trot of his horse in the distance, and sat up with a start, and when he came into the room she got up with the movements of an automaton and pointed to the clock, as if to say, look how late it is. And he began to be afraid of this amorous and jealous, half-witted woman, and flew into a rage, as brutes do, and one night he even went so far as to strike her, so they sent for me. When I arrived she was writhing and screaming in a terrible crisis of pain, anger, passion, how do I know what? Can one tell what goes on in such undeveloped brains? I calmed her by subcutaneous injections of morphine, and forbade her to see that man again, for I saw clearly that marriage would infallibly kill her by degrees. Then she went mad. Yes, my dear friend, that idiot went mad. She is always thinking of him and waiting for him. She waits for him all day and night, awake or asleep, at this very moment, ceaselessly. When I saw her getting thinner and thinner, and as she persisted in never taking her eyes off the clocks, I had them removed from the house. I thus made it impossible for her to count the hours, and to try to remember, from her indistinct reminiscences, at what time he used to come home formerly. I hoped to destroy the recollection of it in time, and to extinguish that ray of thought which I kindled with so much difficulty. The other day I tried an experiment. I offered her my watch. She took it and looked at it for some time. Then she began to scream terribly, as if the sight of that little object had suddenly awakened her memory, which was beginning to grow indistinct. She is pitiably thin now, with hollow and glittering eyes, and she walks up and down ceaselessly, like a wild beast in its cage. I have had gratings put on the windows, boarded them up halfway, and have had the seats fixed to the floor so as to prevent her from looking to see whether he is coming. Oh! Her poor parents! What a life they must lead! We had got to the top of the hill, and the doctor turned round and said to me, "Look at Ryam from here." The gloomy town looked like some ancient city. Behind it a green, wooded plain studded with towns and villages, and bathed in a soft blue haze, extended until it was lost in the distance. Far away, on my right, there was a range of lofty mountains with round summits, or else cut off flat, as if with a sword, and the doctor began to enumerate the villages, towns and hills, and to give me the history of all of them. But I did not listen to him. I was thinking of nothing but the madwoman, and I only saw her. She seemed to be hovering over that vast extent of country like a mournful ghost, and I asked him abruptly, "What has become of the husband?" My friend seemed rather surprised, but after a few moments' hesitation, he replied, "He is living at Royat, on an allowance that they made him, and is quite happy. He leads a very fast life." As we were slowly going back, both of us silent and rather low-spirited, an English dog-cart, drawn by a thoroughbred horse, came up behind us and passed us rapidly. The doctor took me by the arm. "There he is," he said. I saw nothing except a grey felt hat, cocked over one ear above a pair of broad shoulders, driving off in a cloud of dust. The patron. We never dreamed of such good fortune. The son of a provincial bailiff, Jean Marin had come, as do so many others, to study law in the Quartier Latin. In the various beer houses that he had frequented he had made friends with several talkative students who spouted politics as they drank their beer. He had a great admiration for them and followed them persistently from café to café, even paying for their drinks when he had the money. He became a lawyer and pleaded causes, which he lost. However, one morning he read in the papers that one of his former comrades of the Quartier had just been appointed deputy. He again became his faithful hound, the friend who does the drudgery, the unpleasant tasks, for whom one sends when one has need of him, and with whom one does not stand on ceremony. But it chanced through some parliamentary incident that the deputy became a minister. 6 months later Jean Marin was appointed a state councillor. He was so elated with pride at first that he lost his head. He would walk through the streets just to show himself off, as though one could tell by his appearance what position he occupied. He managed to say to the shopkeepers as soon as he entered a store, bringing it in somehow in the course of the most insignificant remarks, and even to the news vendors and the cabmen, "I, who am a state councillor." Then, in consequence of his position as well as for professional reasons and as in duty bound through being an influential and generous man, he felt an imperious need of patronizing others. He offered his support to every one on all occasions and with unbounded generosity. When he met anyone he recognized on the boulevards he would advance to meet them with a charmed air, would take their hand, inquire after their health, and without waiting for any questions, remark, "You know I am state councillor, and I am entirely at your service. If I can be of any use to you, do not hesitate to call on me. In my position one has great influence." Then he would go into some cafe with the friend he had just met and ask for a pen and ink and a sheet of paper. "Just one, waiter, it is to write a letter of recommendation." And he wrote 10, 20, 50 letters of recommendation a day. He wrote them to the Café Américain, to Bignon's, to Tortoni's, to the Maison Dorée, to the Café Riche, to the Helder, to the Café Anglais, to the Napolitain, everywhere, everywhere. He wrote them to all the officials of the Republican government, from the magistrates to the ministers. And he was happy, perfectly happy. One morning as he was starting out to go to the council it began to rain. He hesitated about taking a cab, but decided not to do so and set out on foot. The rain came down in torrents, swamping the sidewalks and inundating the streets. Marin was obliged to take shelter in a doorway. An old priest was standing there, an old priest with white hair. Before he became a councillor, Marin did not like the clergy. Now he treated them with consideration, ever since a cardinal had consulted him on an important matter. The rain continued to pour down in floods and obliged the two men to take shelter in the porter's lodge so as to avoid getting wet. Marin, who was always itching to talk so as to let people know who he was, remarked, "This is horrible weather, Monsieur l'Abbé." The old priest bowed. "Yes, indeed, sir, it is very unpleasant when one comes to Paris for only a few days." "Ah, you come from the provinces?" "Yes, monsieur. I am only passing through on my journey. It certainly is very disagreeable to have rain during the few days one spends in the capital. We officials who stay here the year round, we think nothing of it." The priest did not reply. He was looking at the street where the rain seemed to be falling less heavily. And with a sudden resolve he raised his cassock just as women raise their skirts in stepping across water. Marin, seeing him start away, exclaimed, "You will get drenched, Monsieur l'Abbé. Wait a few moments longer, the rain will be over." The good man stopped irresistibly and then said, "But I am in a great hurry. I have an important engagement." Marin seemed quite worried. "But you will be absolutely drenched. Might I ask in which direction you are going?" The priest appeared to hesitate. Then he said, "I am going in the direction of the Palais Royal." "In that case, if you will allow me, Monsieur l'Abbé, I will offer you the shelter of my umbrella. As for me, I am going to the council. I am a councillor of state." The old priest raised his head and looked at his neighbor, and then exclaimed, "I thank you, monsieur. I shall be glad to accept your offer." Marin then took his arm and led him away. He directed him, watched over him, and advised him, "Be careful of that stream, Monsieur l'Abbé. And be very careful about the carriage wheels. They spatter you with mud sometimes from head to foot. Look out for the umbrellas of the people passing by. There is nothing more dangerous to the eyes than the tips of the ribs. Women especially are unbearable. They pay no heed to where they are going and always jab you in the face with the point of their parasols or umbrellas. And they never move aside for anybody. One would suppose the town belonged to them. They monopolize the pavement and the street. It is my opinion that their education has been greatly neglected." And Marin laughed. The priest did not reply. He walked along, slightly bent over, picking his steps carefully so as not to get mud on his boots or his cassock. Marin resumed, "I suppose you have come to Paris to divert your mind a little?" The good man replied, "No, I have some business to attend to." "Ollie! Is it important business? Might I venture to ask what it is? If I can be of any service to you, you may command me." The priest seemed embarrassed. He murmured, "Oh, it is a little personal matter, a little difficulty with my bishop. It would not interest you. It is a matter of internal regulation, an ecclesiastical affair." Marin was eager. "But it is precisely the State Council that regulates all those things. In that case, make use of me." "Yes, monsieur, it is to the council that I am going." You are 1,000 times too kind. I have to see M. Larapir and M. Savon and also perhaps M. Petitpis. M. Marin stopped short. Why, those are my friends, Monsieur l'Abbé, my best friends, excellent colleagues, charming men. I will speak to them about you, and very highly. Count upon me. The curé thanked him, apologizing for troubling him, and stammered out 1,000 grateful promises. M. Marin was enchanted. Ah, you may be proud of having made a stroke of luck, Monsieur l'Abbé. You will see that, thanks to me, your affair will go along swimmingly. They reached the council hall. M. Marin took the priest into his office, offered him a chair in front of the fire, and sat down himself at his desk and began to write. My dear colleague, allow me to recommend to you most highly a venerable and particularly worthy and deserving priest, M. l'Abbé. He stopped and asked, Your name, if you please? L'Abbé Cincha. M. L'Abbé Cincha, who needs your good office in a little matter which he will communicate to you. I am pleased at this incident which gives me an opportunity, my dear colleague. And he finished with the usual compliments. When he had written the 3 letters he handed them to his protégé, who took his departure with many protestations of gratitude. M. Marin attended to some business and then went home, passed the day quietly, slept well, woke in a good humor and sent for his newspapers. The first he opened was a radical sheet. He read, We shall never make an end of enumerating the misdeeds of the clergy. A certain priest, named Cincha, convicted of conspiracy against the present government, accused of base actions to which we will not even allude, suspected besides of being a former Jesuit, metamorphosed into a simple priest, suspended by a bishop for causes that are said to be unmentionable and summoned to Paris to give an explanation of his conduct, has found an ardent defender in the man named Marin, a councillor of state, who was not afraid to give this frocked malefactor the warmest letters of recommendation to all the Republican officials, his colleagues. We call the attention of the ministry to the unheard of attitude of this councillor of state. M. Marin bounded out of bed, dressed himself, and hastened to his colleague, Petitpis, who said to him, How now? You were crazy to recommend to me that old conspirator. M. Marin, bewildered, stammered out, Why no, you see, I was deceived. He looked such an honest man. He played me a trick, a disgraceful trick. I beg that you will sentence him severely, very severely. I am going to write. Tell me to whom I should write about having him punished. I will go and see the Attorney General and the Archbishop of Paris, yes, the Archbishop. And seating himself abruptly at M. Petitpis' desk, he wrote, Monseigneur, I have the honor to bring to your grace's notice the fact that I have recently been made a victim of the intrigues and lies of a certain Abbé Cincha, who imposed on my kind-heartedness. Deceived by the representations of this ecclesiastic, I was led. Then, having signed and sealed his letter, he turned to his colleague and exclaimed, See here, my dear friend, let this be a warning to you never to recommend anyone again. The door. Bah! Exclaimed Carl Massaligny. The question of complaisant husbands is a difficult one. I have seen many kinds, and yet I am unable to give an opinion about any of them. I have often tried to determine whether they are blind, weak, or clairvoyant. I believe that there are some which belong to each of these categories. Let us quickly pass over the blind ones. They cannot rightly be called complaisant, since they do not know, but they are good creatures who cannot see farther than their nose. It is a curious and interesting thing to notice the ease with which men and women can be deceived. We are taken in by the slightest trick of those who surround us, by our children, our friends, our servants, our tradespeople. Humanity is credulous, and in order to discover deceit in others, we do not display 1/10 the shrewdness which we use when we, in turn, wish to deceive someone else. Clairvoyant husbands may be divided into 3 classes: those who have some interest, pecuniary, ambitious, or otherwise, in their wives having love affairs. These ask only to safeguard appearances as much as possible, and they are satisfied. Next come those who get angry. What a beautiful novel one could write about them! Finally, the weak ones, those who are afraid of scandal. There are also those who are powerless, or rather, tired, who flee from the duties of matrimony through fear of ataxia or apoplexy, who are satisfied to see a friend run these risks. But I once met a husband of a rare species, who guarded against a common accident in a strange and witty manner. In Paris I had made the acquaintance of an elegant, fashionable couple. The woman, nervous, tall, slender, courted, was supposed to have had many love adventures. She pleased me with her wit, and I believe that I pleased her also. I courted her, a trial courting to which she answered with evident provocations. Soon we got to tender glances, hand pressures, all the little gallantries which precede the final attack. Nevertheless, I hesitated. I consider that, as a rule, the majority of society intrigues, however short they may be, are not worth the trouble which they give us and the difficulties which may arise. I therefore mentally compared the advantages and disadvantages which I might expect, and I thought I noticed that the husband suspected me. One evening, at a ball, as I was saying tender things to the young woman in a little parlor leading from the big hall where the dancing was going on, I noticed in a mirror the reflection of someone who was watching me. It was he. Our looks met, and then I saw him turn his head and walk away. I murmured, "Your husband is spying on us." She seemed dumbfounded and asked, "My husband?" "Yes, he has been watching us for some time." "Nonsense." "Are you sure?" "Very sure." "How strange. He is usually extraordinarily pleasant to all my friends." "Perhaps he guessed that I love you." "Nonsense. You are not the first one to pay attention to me. Every woman who is a little in view drags behind her a herd of admirers." "Yes. But I love you deeply." "Admitting that that is true, does a husband ever guess those things?" "Then he is not jealous?" "No, no." She thought for an instant and then continued, "No, I do not think that I ever noticed any jealousy on his part." "Has he never watched you?" "No. As I said, he is always agreeable to my friends." From that day my courting became much more assiduous. The woman did not please me any more than before, but the probable jealousy of her husband tempted me greatly. As for her, I judged her coolly and clearly. She had a certain worldly charm, due to a quick, gay, amiable and superficial mind, but no real, deep attraction. She was, as I have already said, an excitable little being, all on the surface, with rather a showy elegance. How can I explain myself? She was an ornament, not a home. One day, after taking dinner with her, her husband said to me, just as I was leaving, "My dear friend," he now called me friend, "we soon leave for the country. It is a great pleasure to my wife and myself to entertain people whom we like. We would be very pleased to have you spend a month with us. It would be very nice of you to do so." I was dumbfounded, but I accepted. A month later I arrived at their estate of Vercresson, in Touraine. They were waiting for me at the station, 5 miles from the chateau. There were 3 of them, she, the husband and a gentleman unknown to me, the Comte de Morterade, to whom I was introduced. He appeared to be delighted to make my acquaintance, and the strangest ideas passed through my mind while we trotted along the beautiful road between 2 hedges. I was saying to myself, let's see, what can this mean? Here is a husband who cannot doubt that his wife and I are on more than friendly terms, and yet he invites me to his house, receives me like an old friend and seems to say, "Go ahead, my friend, the road is clear." Then I am introduced to a very pleasant gentleman, who seems already to have settled down in the house, and who is perhaps trying to get out of it, and who seems as pleased at my arrival as the husband himself. Is it some former admirer who wishes to retire? One might think so. But then, would these 2 men tacitly have come to one of these infamous little agreements so common in society? And it is proposed to me that I should quietly enter into the pact and carry it out. All hands and arms are held out to me. All doors and hearts are open to me. And what about her? An enigma. She cannot be ignorant of everything. However, well, I cannot understand it. The dinner was very gay and cordial. On leaving the table the husband and his friend began to play cards, while I went out on the porch to look at the moonlight with Madame. She seemed to be greatly affected by nature, and I judged that the moment for my happiness was near. That evening she was really delightful. The country had seemed to make her more tender. Her long, slender waist looked pretty on this stone porch beside a great vase in which grew some flowers. I felt like dragging her out under the trees, throwing myself at her feet and speaking to her words of love. Her husband's voice called Louise. Yes, dear. You are forgetting the tea. I'll go and see about it, my friend. We returned to the house, and she gave us some tea. When the two men had finished playing cards, they were visibly tired. I had to go to my room. I did not get to sleep till late, and then I slept badly. An excursion was decided upon for the following afternoon, and we went in an open carriage to visit some ruins. She and I were in the back of the vehicle and they were opposite us, riding backward. The conversation was sympathetic and agreeable. I am an orphan, and it seemed to me as though I had just found my family. I felt so at home with them. Suddenly, as she had stretched out her foot between her husband's legs, he murmured reproachfully, Louise, please don't wear out your old shoes yourself. There is no reason for being neater in Paris than in the country. I lowered my eyes. She was indeed wearing worn-out shoes, and I noticed that her stockings were not pulled up tight. She had blushed and hidden her foot under her dress. The friend was looking out in the distance with an indifferent and unconcerned look. The husband offered me a cigar, which I accepted. For a few days it was impossible for me to be alone with her for 2 minutes. He was with us everywhere. He was delightful to me, however. One morning he came to get me to take a walk before breakfast, and the conversation happened to turn on marriage. I spoke a little about solitude and about how charming life can be made by the affection of a woman. Suddenly he interrupted me, saying, My friend, don't talk about things you know nothing about. A woman who has no other reason for loving you will not love you long. All the little coquetries which make them so exquisite when they do not definitely belong to us cease as soon as they become ours. And then, the respectable women, that is to say our wives, are not, in fact do not understand the profession of wife. Do you understand? He said no more, and I could not guess his thoughts. 2 days after this conversation he called me to his room quite early, in order to show me a collection of engravings. I sat in an easy chair opposite the big door which separated his apartment from his wife's, and behind this door I heard someone walking and moving, and I was thinking very little of the engravings, although I kept exclaiming, Oh, charming! Delightful! Exquisite! He suddenly said, Oh, I have a beautiful specimen in the next room. I'll go and get it. He ran to the door quickly, and both sides opened as though for a theatrical effect. In a large room, all in disorder, in the midst of skirts, collars, waists lying around on the floor, stood a tall, dried-up creature. The lower part of her body was covered with an old, worn-out silk petticoat, which was hanging limply on her shapeless form, and she was standing in front of a mirror brushing some short, sparse blonde hairs. Her arms formed 2 acute angles, and as she turned around in astonishment I saw under a common cotton chemise a regular cemetery of ribs, which were hidden from the public gaze by well-arranged pads. The husband uttered a natural exclamation and came back, closing the doors, and said, Gracious! How stupid I am! Oh, how thoughtless! My wife will never forgive me for that. I already felt like thanking him. I left 3 days later, after cordially shaking hands with the 2 men and kissing the lady's fingers. She bade me a cold goodbye. Carl Massaligny was silent. Someone asked, But what was the friend? I don't know, however. However, he looked greatly distressed to see me leaving so soon. A sale. The defendants, César Isidore Brument and Prosper Napoleon Cornu, appeared before the Court of Assizes of the Seine-Inférieure, on a charge of attempted murder, by drowning, of Madame Brument, lawful wife of the first of the aforenamed. The 2 prisoners sat side by side on the traditional bench. They were 2 peasants. The first was small and stout, with short arms, short legs, and a round head with a red pimply face, planted directly on his trunk, which was also round and short, and with apparently no neck. He was a raiser of pigs and lived at Cacheville-la-Goupil, in the district of Crichtot. Cornu, Prosper Napoleon, was thin, of medium height, with enormously long arms. His head was on crooked, his jaw awry, and he squinted. A blue blouse, as long as a shirt, hung down to his knees, and his yellow hair, which was scanty and plastered down on his head, gave his face a worn-out, dirty look, a dilapidated look that was frightful. He had been nicknamed the Cure, because he could imitate to perfection the chanting in church, and even the sound of the serpent. This talent attracted to his café, for he was a saloon keeper at Cricktot, a great many customers who preferred the Mass at Cornu to the Mass in church. Madame Brumont, seated on the witness bench, was a thin peasant woman who seemed to be always asleep. She sat there motionless, her hands crossed on her knees, gazing fixedly before her with a stupid expression. The judge continued his interrogation. Well then, Madame Brumont, they came into your house and threw you into a barrel full of water. Tell us the details. Stand up. She rose. She looked as tall as a flagpole with her cap, which looked like a white skull cap. She said in a drawling tone, I was shelling beans. Just then they came in. I said to myself, what is the matter with them? They do not seem natural, they seem up to some mischief. They watched me sideways, like this, especially Cornu, because he squints. I do not like to see them together, for they are too good for nothings when they are in company. I said, what do you want with me? They did not answer. I had a sort of mistrust. The defendant Brumont interrupted the witness hastily, saying, I was full. Then Cornu, turning towards his accomplice, said in the deep tones of an organ, Say that we were both full, and you will be telling no lie. The judge severely, You mean by that you were both drunk? Brumont, there can be no question about it. Cornu, that might happen to anyone. The judge to the victim, Continue your testimony, woman Brumont. Well, Brumont said to me, Do you wish to earn 100 sous? Yes, I replied, seeing that 100 sous are not picked up in a horse's tracks. Then he said, Open your eyes and do as I do, and he went to fetch the large empty barrel which is under the rain pipe in the corner, and he turned it over and brought it into my kitchen, and stuck it down in the middle of the floor, and then he said to me, Go and fetch water until it is full. So I went to the pond with 2 pails and carried water, and still more water for an hour, seeing that the barrel was as large as a vat, saving your presence, Monsieur le Président. All this time Brumont and Cornu were drinking a glass, and then another glass, and then another. They were finishing their drinks when I said to them, You are full, fuller than this barrel, and Brumont answered me, Do not worry, go on with your work, your turn will come, each one has his share. I paid no attention to what he said as he was full. When the barrel was full to the brim, I said, There, that's done. And then Cornu gave me 100 sous, not Brumont Cornu. It was Cornu gave them to me. And Brumont said, Do you wish to earn 100 sous more? Yes, I said, for I am not accustomed to presents like that. Then he said, Take off your clothes. Take off my clothes? Yes, he said. How many shall I take off? If it worries you at all, keep on your chemise, that won't bother us. 100 sous is 100 sous, and I have to undress myself, but I did not fancy undressing before those 2 good-for-nothings. I took off my cap, and then my jacket, and then my skirt, and then my sabots. Brumont said, Keep on your stockings, also, we are good fellows. And Cornu said too, We are good fellows. So there I was, almost like Mother Eve. And they got up from their chairs, but could not stand straight, they were so full, saving your presence, Monsieur le Président. I said to myself, What are they up to? And Brumont said, Are you ready? And Cornu said, I'm ready. And then they took me, Brumont by the head, and Cornu by the feet, as one might take, for instance, a sheet that has been washed. Then I began to bawl. And Brumont said, Keep still, wretched creature! And they lifted me up in the air and put me into the barrel, which was full of water, so that I had a check of the circulation, a chill to my very insides. And Brumont said, Is that all? Cornu said, That is all. Brumont said, The head is not in, that will make a difference in the measure. Cornu said, Put in her head. And then Brumont pushed down my head as if to drown me, so that the water ran into my nose, so that I could already see paradise. And he pushed it down, and I disappeared. And then he must have been frightened. He pulled me out and said, "Go and get dry, carcass." As for me, I took to my heels and ran as far as Le Cure's. He lent me a skirt belonging to his servant, for I was almost in a state of nature, and he went to fetch Maitre Chiquet, the country watchman who went to Cricktot to fetch the police who came to my house with me. Then we found Brument and Cornu fighting each other like two rams. Brument was bawling, "It isn't true, I tell you that there is at least a cubic meter in it. It is the method that was no good." Cornu bawled, "4 pails, that is almost half a cubic meter." You need not reply, that's what it is. The police captain put them both under arrest. I have no more to tell. She sat down. The audience in the courtroom laughed. The jurors looked at one another in astonishment. The judge said, "Defendant Cornu, you seem to have been the instigator of this infamous plot. What have you to say?" And Cornu rose in his turn. "Judge," he replied, "I was full." The judge answered gravely, "I know it. Proceed." "I will. Well, Brument came to my place about 9 o'clock, and ordered 2 drinks, and said, 'There's one for you, Cornu.' I sat down opposite him and drank, and out of politeness, I offered him a glass. Then he returned the compliment, and so did I, and so it went on from glass to glass until noon, when we were full. Then Brument began to cry. That touched me. I asked him what was the matter. He said I must have 1,000 francs by Thursday. That cooled me off a little, you understand. Then he said to me all at once, 'I will sell you my wife.' I was full, and I was a widower. You understand, that stirred me up. I did not know his wife, but she was a woman, wasn't she? I asked him, 'How much would you sell her for?' He reflected, or pretended to reflect. When one is full one is not very clear-headed, and he replied, 'I will sell her by the cubic meter.' That did not surprise me, for I was as drunk as he was, and I knew what a cubic meter is in my business. It is 1,000 liters, that suited me. But the price remained to be settled. All depends on the quality. I said, 'How much do you want a cubic meter?' He answered, 2,000 francs. I gave a bound like a rabbit, and then I reflected that a woman ought not to measure more than 300 liters. So I said, 'That's too dear.' He answered, 'I cannot do it for less. I should lose by it.' You understand, one is not a dealer in hogs for nothing. One understands one's business. But if he is smart, the seller of bacon, I am smarter, seeing that I sell them also. Ha ha ha! So I said to him, 'If she were new, I would not say anything, but she has been married to you for some time, so she is not as fresh as she was. I will give you 1,500 francs a cubic meter, not a sou more. Will that suit you?' He answered, 'That will do. That's a bargain.' I agreed, and we started out arm in arm. We must help each other in this world. But a fear came to me, how can you measure her unless you put her into the liquid? Then he explained his idea, not without difficulty, for he was full. He said to me, 'I take a barrel, and fill it with water to the brim. I put her in it. All the water that comes out we will measure, that is the way to fix it.' I said, 'I see, I understand. But this water that overflows will run away. How are you going to gather it up?' Then he began stuffing me and explained to me that all we should have to do would be to refill the barrel with the water his wife had displaced as soon as she should have left. All the water we should pour in would be the measure. I supposed about 10 pails, that would be a cubic meter. He isn't a fool, all the same, when he is drunk, that old horse." To be brief, we reached his house and I took a look at its mistress. A beautiful woman she certainly was not. Anyone can see her, for there she is. I said to myself, I am disappointed, but never mind, she will be of value. Handsome or ugly, it is all the same, is it not, Monsieur le Président? And then I saw that she was as thin as a rail. I said to myself, she will not measure 400 liters. I understand the matter, it being in liquids. She told you about the proceeding. I even let her keep on her chemise and stockings, to my own disadvantage. When that was done she ran away. I said, 'Look out, Brument. She is escaping.' He replied, 'Do not be afraid. I will catch her all right. She will have to come back to sleep, I will measure the deficit. We measured. Not 4 pailfuls. Ha ha ha! The witness began to laugh so persistently that a gendarme was obliged to punch him in the back. Having quieted down, he resumed. In short, Bruman exclaimed, nothing doing, that is not enough. I bawled and bawled again. He punched me, I hit back. That would have kept until the day of judgment, seeing we were both drunk. Then came the gendarmes. They swore at us, they took us off to prison. I want damages. He sat down. Bruman confirmed in every particular the statements of his accomplice. The jury, in consternation, retired to deliberate. At the end of an hour they returned a verdict of acquittal for the defendants, with some severe strictures on the dignity of marriage, and establishing the precise limitations of business transactions. Bruman went home to the domestic roof accompanied by his wife. Cornu went back to his business. The impolite sex. I am coming to see you without anyone knowing it. I shall be at Les Frayens on the 2d of September, the day before the hunting season opens, as I do not want to miss it, so that I may tease these gentlemen. You are too good, aunt, and you will allow them, as you usually do when there are no strange guests, to come to table, under pretext of fatigue, without dressing or shaving for the occasion. They are delighted, of course, when I am not present. But I shall be there and will hold a review, like a general, at dinner time, and if I find a single one of them at all careless in dress, no matter how little, I mean to send them down to the kitchen with the servants. The men of today have so little consideration for others and so little good manners that one must be always severe with them. We live indeed in an age of vulgarity. When they quarrel, they insult each other in terms worthy of longshoremen, and in our presence, they do not conduct themselves even as well as our servants. It is at the seaside that you see this most clearly. They are to be found there in battalions, and you can judge them in the lump. Oh, what coarse beings they are! Just imagine, in a train, a gentleman who looked well, as I thought at first sight, thanks to his tailor, carefully took off his boots in order to put on a pair of old shoes. Another, an old man who was probably some wealthy upstart, these are the most ill-bred, while sitting opposite to me, had the delicacy to place his 2 feet on the seat quite close to me. This is a positive fact. At the watering places the vulgarity is unrestrained. I must here make one admission, that my indignation is perhaps due to the fact that I am not accustomed to associate, as a rule, with the sort of people one comes across here, for I should be less shocked by their manners if I had the opportunity of observing them oftener. In the office of the hotel I was nearly thrown down by a young man who snatched the key over my head. Another knocked against me so violently without begging my pardon or lifting his hat, coming away from a ball at the casino, that it gave me a pain in the chest. It is the same way with all of them. Watch them addressing ladies on the terrace. They scarcely ever bow. They merely raise their hands to their headgear. But, indeed, as they are all more or less bald, it is the best plan. But what exasperates and disgusts me particularly is the liberty they take of talking in public, without any kind of precaution, about the most revolting adventures. When 2 men are together, they relate to each other, in the broadest language and with the most abominable comments, really horrible stories, without caring in the slightest degree whether a woman's ear is within reach of their voices. Yesterday, on the beach, I was forced to leave the place where I was sitting in order not to be any longer the involuntary confidant of an obscene anecdote, told in such immodest language that I felt just as humiliated as indignant at having heard it. Would not the most elementary good breeding teach them to speak in a lower tone about such matters when we are near at hand? Etretat is, moreover, the country of gossip and scandal. From 5 to 7 o'clock you can see people wandering about in quest of scandal, which they retail from group to group. As you remarked to me, my dear aunt, tittle-tattle is the mark of petty individuals and petty minds. It is also the consolation of women who are no longer loved or sought after. It is enough for me to observe the women who are fondest of gossiping to be persuaded that you are quite right. The other day I was present at a musical evening at the casino, given by a remarkable artist, Madame Masson, who sings in a truly delightful manner. I took the opportunity of applauding the admirable Coquelin, as well as 2 charming vaudeville performers, M. and Milet. I met, on this occasion, all the bathers who were at the beach. It is no great distinction this year. Next day I went to lunch at a port. I noticed a tall man with a beard, coming out of a large house like a castle. It was the painter, Jean-Paul Laurens. He is not satisfied apparently with imprisoning the subjects of his pictures, he insists on imprisoning himself. Then I found myself seated on the shingle close to a man still young, of gentle and refined appearance, who was reading poetry. But he read it with such concentration, with such passion, I may say, that he did not even raise his eyes towards me. I was somewhat astonished, and asked the proprietor of the baths, without appearing to be much concerned, the name of this gentleman. I laughed to myself a little at this reader of rhymes. He seemed behind the age for a man. This person, I thought, must be a simpleton. Well, aunt, I am now infatuated about this stranger. Just fancy, his name is Sully Prudhomme. I went back and sat down beside him again so as to get a good look at him. His face has an expression of calmness and of penetration. Somebody came to look for him, and I heard his voice, which is sweet and almost timid. He would certainly not tell obscene stories aloud in public or knock up against ladies without apologizing. He is assuredly a man of refinement, but his refinement is of an almost morbid, sensitive character. I will try this winter to get an introduction to him. I have no more news, my dear aunt, and I must finish this letter in haste, as the mail will soon close. I kiss your hands and your cheeks. Your devoted niece, Berthe X. P. S. I should add, however, by way of justification of French politeness, that our fellow countrymen are, when traveling, models of good manners in comparison with the abominable English, who seem to have been brought up in a stable, so careful are they not to discommode themselves in any way, while they always discommode their neighbors. Many of the things you have said to me are very sensible, but that does not prevent you from being wrong. Like you, I used formerly to feel very indignant at the impoliteness of men, who, as I supposed, constantly treated me with neglect. But, as I grew older and reflected on everything, putting aside coquetry, and observing things without taking any part in them myself, I perceived this much, that if men are not always polite, women are always indescribably rude. We imagine that we should be permitted to do anything, my darling, and at the same time we consider that we have a right to the utmost respect, and in the most flagrant manner we commit actions devoid of that elementary good breeding of which you speak so feelingly. I find, on the contrary, that men consider us much more than we consider them. Besides, darling, men must needs be, and are, what we make them. In a state of society, where women are all true gentlewomen, all men would become gentlemen. Come now, just observe and reflect. Look at two women meeting in the street. What an attitude each assumes towards the other! What disparaging looks! What contempt they throw into each glance! How they toss their heads while they inspect each other to find something to condemn! And if the footpath is narrow, do you think one woman would make room for another, or would beg pardon as she sweeps by? Never! When two men jostle each other by accident in some narrow lane, each of them bows and at the same time gets out of the other's way, while we women press against each other stomach to stomach, face to face, insolently staring each other out of countenance. Look at two women who are acquaintances meeting on a staircase outside the door of a friend's drawing-room, one of them just leaving, the other about to go in. They begin to talk to each other, and block up all the landing. If anyone happens to be coming up behind them, man or woman, do you imagine that they will put themselves half an inch out of their way? Never! Never! I was waiting myself, with my watch in my hands, one day last winter at a certain drawing-room door. And behind me, two gentlemen were also waiting without showing any readiness, as I did, to lose their temper. The reason was that they had long grown accustomed to our unconscionable insolence. The other day, before leaving Paris, I went to dine with no less a person than your husband, in the Champs-Élysées, in order to enjoy the fresh air. Every table was occupied. The waiter asked us to wait, and there would soon be a vacant table. At that moment I noticed an elderly lady of noble figure, who, having paid for her dinner, seemed on the point of going away. She saw me, scanned me from head to foot, and did not budge. For more than a quarter of an hour she sat there, immovable, putting on her gloves, and calmly staring at those who were waiting like myself. Now, two young men who were just finishing their dinner, having seen me in their turn, hastily summoned the waiter, paid what they owed, and at once offered me their seats, even insisting on standing while waiting for their change. And bear in mind, my fair niece, that I am no longer pretty, like you, but old and white-haired. It is we, you see, who should be taught politeness, and the task would be such a difficult one that Hercules himself would not be equal to it. You speak to me about Etretat and about the people who indulged in tittle-tattle along the beach of that delightful watering place. It is a spot now lost to me, a thing of the past, but I found much amusement there in days gone by. There were only a few of us, people in good society, really good society, and a few artists, and we all fraternized. We paid little attention to gossip in those days. As we had no monotonous casino, where people only gather for show, where they whisper, where they dance stupidly, where they succeed in thoroughly boring one another, we sought some other way of passing our evenings pleasantly. Now, just guess what came into the head of one of our husbands. Nothing less than to go and dance each night in one of the farmhouses in the neighborhood. We started out in a group with a street organ, generally played by Lepoidovin, the painter, with a cotton nightcap on his head. 2 men carried lanterns. We followed in procession, laughing and chattering like a pack of fools. We woke up the farmer, and his servant maids and farm hands. We got them to make onion soup, horror, and we danced under the apple trees, to the sound of the barrel organ. The cocks waking up began to crow in the darkness of the outhouses. The horses began prancing on the straw of their stables. The cool air of the country caressed our cheeks with the smell of grass and of new-mown hay. How long ago it is! How long ago it is! It is 30 years since then. I do not want you, my darling, to come for the opening of the hunting season. Why spoil the pleasure of our friends by inflicting on them fashionable toilettes on this day of vigorous exercise in the country? This is the way, child, that men are spoiled. I embrace you. Your old Aunt Geneviève de L. A wedding gift. For a long time Jacques Baudelaire had sworn that he would never marry, but he suddenly changed his mind. It happened suddenly, one summer, at the seashore. One morning as he lay stretched out on the sand, watching the women coming out of the water, a little foot had struck him by its neatness and daintiness. He raised his eyes and was delighted with the whole person, although in fact he could see nothing but the ankles and the head emerging from a flannel bathrobe carefully held closed. He was supposed to be sensual and a fast liver. It was therefore by the mere grace of the form that he was at first captured. Then he was held by the charm of the young girl's sweet mind, so simple and good, as fresh as her cheeks and lips. He was presented to the family and pleased them. He immediately fell madly in love. When he saw Berthe Lannis in the distance, on the long yellow stretch of sand, he would tingle to the roots of his hair. When he was near her he would become silent, unable to speak or even to think, with a kind of throbbing at his heart, and a buzzing in his ears, and a bewilderment in his mind. Was that love? He did not know or understand, but he had fully decided to have this child for his wife. Her parents hesitated for a long time, restrained by the young man's bad reputation. It was said that he had an old sweetheart, one of these binding attachments which one always believes to be broken off and yet which always hold. Besides, for a shorter or longer period, he loved every woman who came within reach of his lips. Then he settled down and refused, even once, to see the one with whom he had lived for so long. A friend took care of this woman's pension and assured her an income. Jacques paid, but he did not even wish to hear of her, pretending even to ignore her name. She wrote him letters which he never opened. Every week he would recognize the clumsy writing of the abandoned woman, and every week a greater anger surged within him against her, and he would quickly tear the envelope and the paper, without opening it, without reading one single line, knowing in advance the reproaches and complaints which it contained. As no one had much faith in his constancy, the test was prolonged through the winter, and Berthe's hand was not granted him until the spring. The wedding took place in Paris at the beginning of May. The young couple had decided not to take the conventional wedding trip, but after a little dance for the younger cousins, which would not be prolonged after 11 o'clock, in order that this day of lengthy ceremonies might not be too tiresome, the young pair were to spend the first night in the parental home and then, on the following morning, to leave for the beach so dear to their hearts, where they had first known and loved each other. Night had come, and the dance was going on in the large parlor. The two had retired into a little Japanese boudoir hung with bright silks, and dimly lighted by the soft rays of a large colored lantern hanging from the ceiling like a gigantic egg. Through the open window the fresh air from outside passed over their faces like a caress, for the night was warm and calm, full of the odor of spring. They were silent, holding each other's hands and from time to time squeezing them with all their might. She sat there with a dreamy look, feeling a little lost at this great change in her life, but smiling, moved, ready to cry, often also almost ready to faint from joy, believing the whole world to be changed by what had just happened to her, uneasy, she knew not why, and feeling her whole body and soul filled with an indefinable and delicious lassitude. He was looking at her persistently with a fixed smile. He wished to speak, but found nothing to say, and so sat there, expressing all his ardor by pressures of the hand. From time to time he would murmur, "Bert!" and each time she would raise her eyes to him with a look of tenderness. They would look at each other for a second and then her look, pierced and fascinated by his, would fall. They found no thoughts to exchange. They had been left alone, but occasionally some of the dancers would cast a rapid glance at them, as though they were the discreet and trusty witnesses of a mystery. A door opened and a servant entered, holding on a tray a letter which a messenger had just brought. Jacques, trembling, took this paper, overwhelmed by a vague and sudden fear, the mysterious terror of swift misfortune. He looked for a long time at the envelope, the writing on which he did not know, not daring to open it, not wishing to read it, with a wild desire to put it in his pocket and say to himself, "I'll leave that till tomorrow, when I'm far away." But on one corner 2 big words, underlined, "Very urgent," filled him with terror. Saying, "Please excuse me, my dear," he tore open the envelope. He read the paper, grew frightfully pale, looked over it again, and slowly he seemed to spell it out word for word. When he raised his head his whole expression showed how upset he was. He stammered, "My dear, it's from my best friend, who has had a very great misfortune. He has need of me immediately, for a matter of life or death. Will you excuse me if I leave you for half an hour? I'll be right back." Trembling and dazed, she stammered, "Go, my dear!" Not having been his wife long enough to dare to question him, to demand to know. He disappeared. She remained alone, listening to the dancing in the neighboring parlor. He had seized the first hat and coat he came to and rushed downstairs 3 steps at a time. As he was emerging into the street he stopped under the gas jet of the vestibule and reread the letter. This is what it said. When he reached the sick room the woman was already on the point of death. He did not recognize her at first. The doctor and 2 nurses were taking care of her. And everywhere on the floor were pails full of ice and rags covered with blood. Water flooded the carpet. 2 candles were burning on a bureau. Behind the bed, in a little wicker crib, the child was crying, and each time it would moan the mother, in torture, would try to move, shivering under her ice bandages. She was mortally wounded, killed by this birth. Her life was flowing from her, and notwithstanding the ice and the care, the merciless hemorrhage continued, hastening her last hour. She recognized Jacques and wished to raise her arms. They were so weak that she could not do so, but tears coursed down her pallid cheeks. He dropped to his knees beside the bed, seized one of her hands and kissed it frantically. Then, little by little, he drew close to the thin face, which started at the contact. One of the nurses was lighting them with a candle, and the doctor was watching them from the back of the room. Then she said in a voice which sounded as though it came from a distance, "I am going to die, dear. Promise to stay to the end. Oh, don't leave me now. Don't leave me in my last moments." He kissed her face and her hair, and weeping, he murmured, "Do not be uneasy, I will stay." It was several minutes before she could speak again, she was so weak. She continued, "The little one is yours. I swear it before God and on my soul." I swear it as I am dying. I have never loved another man but you. Promise to take care of the child. He was trying to take this poor pain-racked body in his arms. Maddened by remorse and sorrow, he stammered, I swear to you that I will bring him up and love him. He shall never leave me. Then she tried to kiss Jacques. Powerless to lift her head, she held out her white lips in an appeal for a kiss. He approached his lips to respond to this piteous entreaty. As soon as she felt a little calmer, she murmured, Bring him here and let me see if you love him. He went and got the child. He placed him gently on the bed between them, and the little one stopped crying. She murmured, Don't move any more. And he was quiet. And he stayed there, holding in his burning hand this other hand shaking in the chill of death, just as, a while ago, he had been holding a hand trembling with love. From time to time he would cast a quick glance at the clock, which marked midnight, then 1 o'clock, then 2. The physician had returned. The 2 nurses, after noiselessly moving about the room for a while, were now sleeping on chairs. The child was asleep, and the mother, with eyes shut, appeared also to be resting. Suddenly, just as pale daylight was creeping in behind the curtains, she stretched out her arms with such a quick and violent motion that she almost threw her baby on the floor. A kind of rattle was heard in her throat, then she lay on her back motionless, dead. The nurses sprang forward and declared, All is over. He looked once more at this woman whom he had so loved, then at the clock, which pointed to 4, and he ran away, forgetting his overcoat, in the evening dress, with the child in his arms. After he had left her alone, the young wife had waited, calmly enough at first, in the little Japanese boudoir. Then, as she did not see him return, she went back to the parlor with an indifferent and calm appearance, but terribly anxious. When her mother saw her alone, she asked, Where is your husband? She answered, In his room, he is coming right back. After an hour, when everybody had questioned her, she told about the letter, Jacques' upset appearance, and her fears of an accident. Still they waited. The guests left. Only the nearest relatives remained. At midnight the bride was put to bed, sobbing bitterly. Her mother and 2 aunts, sitting around the bed, listened to her crying, silent and in despair. The father had gone to the commissary of police to see if he could obtain some news. At 5 o'clock a slight noise was heard in the hall. A door was softly opened and closed. Then suddenly a little cry like the mewing of a cat was heard throughout the silent house. All the women started forward and Berthe sprang ahead of them all, pushing her way past her aunts, wrapped in a bathrobe. Jacques stood in the middle of the room, pale and out of breath, holding an infant in his arms. The 4 women looked at him, astonished, but Berthe, who had suddenly become courageous, rushed forward with anguish in her heart, exclaiming, What is it? What's the matter? He looked about him wildly and answered shortly, I have a child and the mother has just died. And with his clumsy hands he held out the screaming infant. Without saying a word, Berthe seized the child, kissed it and hugged it to her. Then she raised her tear-filled eyes to him, asking, Did you say that the mother was dead? He answered, Yes, just now, in my arms. I had broken with her since summer. I knew nothing. The physician sent for me. Then Berthe murmured, Well, we will bring up the little one. The relic. To the Abbé Louis d'Ienamer at Soissons. My dear Abbé, my marriage with your cousin is broken off in the most stupid way, all on account of an idiotic trick which I almost involuntarily played my intended. In my perplexity I turn to you, my old school chum, for you may be able to help me out of the difficulty. If you can, I shall be grateful to you until I die. You know Gilbert, or rather you think you know her, but do we ever understand women? All their opinions, their ideas, their creeds, are a surprise to us. They are all full of twists and turns, cf. the unforeseen, of unintelligible arguments, of defective logic and of obstinate ideas, which seem final, but which they alter because a little bird came and perched on the window ledge. I need not tell you that your cousin is very religious, as she was brought up by the white, or was it the black, ladies at Nancy. You know that better than I do, but what you perhaps do not know is, that she is just as excitable about other matters as she is about religion. Her head flies away, just as a leaf is whirled away by the wind, and she is a true woman, or rather girl, for she is moved or made angry in a moment, starting off at a gallop in affection, just as she does in hatred, and returning in the same manner, and she is pretty, as you know, and more charming than I can say, as you will never know. Well, we became engaged, and I adored her, as I adore her still, and she appeared to love me. One evening, I received a telegram summoning me to Cologne for a consultation, which might be followed by a serious and difficult operation, and as I had to start the next morning, I went to wish Gilbert goodbye, and tell her why I could not dine with them on Wednesday, but would do so on Friday, the day of my return. Ah! Beware of Fridays, for I assure you they are unlucky. When I told her that I had to go to Germany, I saw that her eyes filled with tears, but when I said I should be back very soon, she clapped her hands and said, "I am very glad you are going, then. You must bring me back something, a mere trifle, just a souvenir, but a souvenir that you have chosen for me. You must guess what I should like best, do you hear? And then I shall see whether you have any imagination." She thought for a few moments, and then added, "I forbid you to spend more than 20 francs on it. I want it for the intention, and for a remembrance of your penetration, and not for its intrinsic value." And then, after another moment's silence, she said, in a low voice, and with downcast eyes, "If it costs you nothing in money, but is something very ingenious and pretty, I will kiss you." The next day I was in Cologne. It was a case of a terrible accident, which had plunged a whole family into despair, and a difficult amputation was necessary. They lodged me in the house. I might say, they almost locked me up, and I saw nobody but people in tears, who almost deafened me with their lamentations. I operated on a man who appeared to be in a moribund state, and who nearly died under my hands, and with whom I remained 2 nights. And then, when I saw that there was a chance of his recovery, I drove to the station. I had, however, made a mistake in the trains, and I had an hour to wait, and so I wandered about the streets, still thinking of my poor patient, when a man accosted me. I do not know German, and he was totally ignorant of French, but at last I made out that he was offering me some relics. I thought of Gilbert, for I knew her fanatical devotion, and here was my present ready to hand, so I followed the man into a shop where religious objects were for sale, and I bought a small piece of a bone of one of the 11,000 virgins. The pretended relic was enclosed in a charming old silver box, and that determined my choice, and putting my purchase into my pocket, I went to the railway station, and so on to Paris. As soon as I got home, I wished to examine my purchase again, and on taking hold of it, I found that the box was open, and the relic missing. I searched in vain in my pocket, and turned it inside out. The small bit of bone, which was no bigger than half a pin, had disappeared. You know, my dear little Abbé, that my faith is not very fervent, but as my friend, you are magnanimous enough to put up with my lukewarmness, and to leave me alone, and to wait for the future, so you say. But I absolutely disbelieve in the relics of second-hand dealers in piety, and you share my doubts in that respect. Therefore, the loss of that bit of sheep's carcass did not grieve me, and I easily procured a similar fragment, which I carefully fastened inside my jewel box, and then I went to see my intended. As soon as she saw me, she ran up to me, smiling and eager, and said to me, "What have you brought me?" I pretended to have forgotten, but she did not believe me, and I made her beg, and even beseech me. But when I saw that she was devoured by curiosity, I gave her the sacred silver box. She appeared overjoyed. "A relic! Oh, a relic!" And she kissed the box passionately, so that I was ashamed of my deception. She was not quite satisfied, however, and her uneasiness soon turned to terrible fear, and looking straight into my eyes, she said, "Are you sure that it is genuine?" "Absolutely certain." "How can you be so certain?" I was trapped, for to say that I had bought it of a man in the streets would be my destruction. What was I to say? A wild idea struck me, and I said, in a low, mysterious voice, "I stole it for you." She looked at me with astonishment and delight in her large eyes. "Oh, you stole it? Where?" "In the cathedral, in the very shrine of the 11,000 virgins. Her heart beat with pleasure, and she murmured, "Oh, did you really do that for me? Tell me all about it." That was the climax. I could not retract what I had said. I made up a fanciful story, with precise details. I had given the custodian of the building 100 francs to be allowed to go about the building by myself. The shrine was being repaired, but I happened to be there at the breakfast hour of the workmen and clergy. By removing a small panel, I had been enabled to seize a small piece of bone. Oh, so small, among a quantity of others. I said a quantity, as I thought of the amount that the remains of the skeletons of 11,000 virgins must produce. Then I went to a goldsmith's and bought a casket worthy of the relic, and I was not sorry to let her know that the silver box cost me 500 francs. But she did not think of that. She listened to me, trembling, in an ecstasy, and whispering, "How I love you," she threw herself into my arms. Just note this: I had committed sacrilege for her sake. I had committed a theft. I had violated a church. I had violated a shrine, violated and stolen holy relics, and for that she adored me, thought me perfect, tender, divine. Such is woman, my dear Abbé, every woman. For 2 months I was the most admirable of lovers. In her room, she had made a kind of magnificent chapel in which to keep this bit of mutton chop, which, as she thought, had made me commit that divine love crime, and she worked up her religious enthusiasm in front of it every morning and evening. I had asked her to keep the matter secret for fear, as I said, that I might be arrested, condemned, and given over to Germany, and she kept her promise. Well, at the beginning of the summer, she was seized with an irresistible desire to see the scene of my exploit, and she teased her father so persistently, without telling him her secret reason, that he took her to Cologne, but without telling me of their trip, according to his daughter's wish. I need not tell you that I had not seen the interior of the cathedral. I do not know where the tomb, if there be a tomb, of the 11,000 virgins is, and then, it appears, it is unapproachable, alas! A week afterward I received 10 lines breaking off our engagement, and then an explanatory letter from her father, whom she had, somewhat late, taken into her confidence. At the sight of the shrine, she had suddenly seen through my trickery and my lie, and at the same time discovered my real innocence of any crime. Having asked the keeper of the relics whether any robbery had been committed, the man began to laugh, and pointed out to them how impossible such a crime was. But from the moment that I had not plunged my profane hand into venerable relics, I was no longer worthy of my fair-haired, sensitive betrothed. I was forbidden the house. I begged and prayed in vain. Nothing could move the fair devotee, and I became ill from grief. Well, last week, her cousin, Madame d'Arville, who is your cousin also, sent me word that she should like to see me, and when I called, she told me on what conditions I might obtain my pardon, and here they are. I must bring her a relic, a real, authentic relic of some virgin and martyr, certified to be such by our Holy Father, the Pope, and I am going mad from embarrassment and anxiety. I will go to Rome, if needful, but I cannot call on the Pope unexpectedly, to tell him my stupid misadventure, and besides I doubt whether they allow private individuals to have relics. Could not you give me an introduction to some cardinal, or even to some French prelate who possesses some remains of a female saint? Or, perhaps, you may have the precious object she wants in your collection? Help me out of my difficulty, my dear Abbé, and I promise you that I will be converted 10 years sooner than I otherwise should be. Madame d'Arville, who takes the matter seriously, said to me the other day, "Poor Gilbert will never marry. My dear old schoolmate, will you allow your cousin to die the victim of a stupid piece of subterfuge on my part? Pray prevent her from being Virgin 11,001. Pardon me, I am unworthy, but I embrace you, and love you with all my heart. Your old friend,